So we'll get started. Sorry, I just need to open my eScribe. So we'll call the meeting to order and start with the land acknowledgements. So we acknowledge that we are hosted on the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee. Sorry. Yes, sorry. Normally, I know it by heart. Oh, there, thank you. Sorry. We acknowledge we are hosted on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. So next we move to approval of the agenda. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Trustee Laskin, Trustee Chernos Lynn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Next is declarations of possible conflict of interest. If you have a conflict of interest, please declare it now. Hearing none. Item number 4 is delegations. So first up on our list of delegations is Anna Jessup from the Elementary Teachers of Toronto, speaking to the operating budget. So, thank you. So delegations are for 5 minutes. There is a timer on the clock there. I will give you a reminder when you're closing in on your time. And afterwards, there will be 3 minutes for trustees to ask questions of clarification.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Anna Jessup, and I'm a parent of a child in the TDSB. I'm a teacher in the TDSB, and I'm a former executive officer of Elementary Teachers of Toronto, which gave me an opportunity to see multiple schools, speak with teachers across the school board, and listen to some desperate principals confide in me about the position that they are in on a day-to-day basis. And I am here because I know that you are under tremendous pressure to pass a budget that will have cuts in it, because that's what budgets have these days. And I want to let you know how grave, how serious the situation is in our schools in terms of basic physical safety of our students due to understaffing and lack of resources. Because I believe that if you knew how dangerous it is, and by what a thin thread, the safety of our students hangs on a daily basis, most especially in schools that rely solely on public funding. And I'm referring to the schools that don't have wealthy parent councils, wealthy school councils. And the disparity is tremendous, and very often the people who make the decisions come from schools where they don't see what it really looks like. And so I want to paint a picture for you. I'm going to start by reading a letter that was written with the help of some education workers. Toronto District School Board trustees, Toronto parents, education staff, and students are sounding the alarm that our schools are dangerously underfunded. Insufficient staff and resources mean that students are undersupervised and denied basic supports. A multitude of preventable dangers result from this, including increased risk of serious physical injury, emotional distress, and violence for those students and violence for which students receive undue blame. And I just want to make a note. The fact that police officers have the kind of presence and are called upon so frequently to deal with violent situations in our schools is not a reflection on the students. It is a reflection on the dangerous levels of understaffing and the complete inability of principals to be able to access supply teachers and supply EAs when they're needed, which I will get to. Failure to hire enough staff means that when teachers and support staff are sick, there is often nobody to fill in for them. In the routine struggle to fill absences in a school, special programs get canceled, oversized classrooms get merged, schoolyards and lunchrooms go under-supervised, and that's a bit of a euphemism. Children and youth cannot be expected to learn in a school that lacks the basic stability and safety that comes from proper funding. Racialized working-class students are made disproportionately vulnerable by cuts. Their families are least able to fill in the gaps with fundraisers to buy equipment and volunteer labor to provide supervision. Equity programs do not make up for or excuse the disparity between Toronto's most marginalized school communities and those with the most privilege, caused by cuts to basic school operations. Due diligence to protect the safety and well-being of students is the most fundamental responsibility of the Toronto District School Board. We call upon the Toronto District School Board to develop a needs-based budget. This budget must be based on student needs as expressed by the TDSB students, school staff, parents, and guardians. In addition, it must address the results of a thorough and objective risk assessment. Do not pass any budget or put your name or associate your reputation with any cuts, at least until you have done a risk assessment, because employees will not come to you and tell you how bad things are. It means disclosing the humiliating and the dangerous situations that they experience on a daily basis. You're not going to get an unfiltered account. If I had time, I would go through situations that I hear about, that I have seen. Do not put it on your reputation, put it on the government. In addition, it must address the results of an objective risk assessment of existing hazards to students' physical safety and mental well-being in TDSB schools. This needs-based budget must eliminate all unreasonable risks to TDSB students. And if anyone comes to you and says, it's illegal not to pass a balanced budget, you say that it is your legal responsibility to protect the lives of students, because I will tell you that it is with chance and a roll of a dice and a great deal of luck already that there is not a tragedy. Every day, there is a situation in just about every school that I'm aware of where the worst could happen.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes are up.
Do the right thing.
People may have questions.
Yes, we have questions of clarification. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you clarify why you brought up wealth of school communities? You can't fundraise for staffing. You can't fundraise for resources. So what does wealthy school communities, what's the issue between, I mean, is school safety not an issue in all schools?
I think it is an issue in all schools because I'm familiar with schools that I think would be identified as, you know, low on the LOI, meaning that they are in affluent communities. And I teach in schools that are not affluent. But here's what you need to understand, because if you're able to raise a lot of money for equipment and computers, I mean, I watched a snoozling room, which is for students with developmental disabilities, get fitted in someone's school who I know really well. And I was just aghast. I thought to myself, I mean, this is basic stuff. My students don't get this. And once you have that money to pay for those things, well, then your school budget is liberated to get other things. Because you're not just scraping by to get the basics. And if you have labor, because obviously labor is a huge cost. Well, working class communities are called working class for a reason. Parents are working 2 jobs. It's not because parents don't care that you don't have the same level of volunteer labor. It's because they don't have the time. They're working 2, 3 jobs. And they don't get to staff a kiss and ride at their school. They don't get to staff with volunteer labor the lunchroom. Lunchrooms are dangerous. I mean, I listened to a principal beside himself say to me, look, I'm doing what I can. I can't get the staff. I know you're here telling me we got to get more lunchroom staff, but where am I going to get them from? Well, you see, in some of my friends' schools, they've got volunteers doing that.
Just a clarification, we're not to have volunteer lunchroom supervisors, so I'm not sure where that's coming from, but I'm not going to argue the point. I asked
could
for
respond to
clarification, and I
that. Principals do things on a daily basis
clarification.
that break the rules to
See, I'm
keep the
talking.
children safe. To keep the children safe.
Are you finished, Trustee Lasky?
I had more questions, but I'm stopping. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
delegation. Our next delegation is Hillary Hall from Dover Court Public School Advisory Council. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My colleague Hannah wasn't able to be here today, but thank you for hearing me. I'm here from the Dover Court Public School, my role as a member of the School Advisory Council to enhance the accountability of the education system to all families. And we continue to fight as a council at the provincial level for adequate funding for education, and we're proud to be partnering with our neighboring schools in that effort. But the changes the TDSB proposed in response to the provincial budget will have terrible impacts at our school, and we believe similarly bad outcomes at other schools. Students will be left behind, teachers and staff will be overworked and burned out, and serious incidents will increase, and a safe and welcoming environment will be compromised. So for context, at Dover Court, the cuts proposed mean losing the following positions. Our part-time VP, a position that was reassigned in January 2023. Our only full educational assistant position will be reduced to half. Our current office staff allocation will go down, and potentially we will lose our 2 special needs assistant positions. Or that allocation may happen at the last minute, causing us to lose the staff that have made positive connections with our students and families already. And our class sizes are increasing. I'm here today to make sure our priorities as parents and guardians are known to you as you set the TDSB budget. And we ask the TDSB to prioritize these positions and that classroom numbers across the system remain low as you continue setting the budget for the next year. Dover Court's a grade school of about 400 students. At our school, we have many children who have special needs such as ADHD, ASD, ODD, or behavioral issues across all of our grades, and these needs have been identified by staff through assessment. These diverse needs deserve the support of consistent special needs assistance and educational assistance in our school. When our children get this support at the right time, we've seen how they begin to thrive. We ask these positions to stay, and if anything, be increased, not reduced in the board. Our intermediate class size is projected to be 32 next year, and in the fall, we understand these classes could go up to 35. Our school's old. It has literally become a challenge to fit this many teenage bodies into the classroom, much less to meet the needs of these students in a classroom of that size. We've also experienced a serious uptick in behavior issues this year, and our student council attended our parent council meeting and shared their concerns with us about this. Teachers, staff, and students regularly report that many students post-pandemic are having trouble with self-regulation, which affects the entire school community. This year, our school has experienced 8 serious incidents that have resulted in suspension and 37 office referrals of serious incidents where parent and guardian involvement was required. These figures reflect what's happening right now with the supports in place that the TDSB is proposing to cut, like our vice principal and some of our office staff. When there is an incident in the school next year, how will it be managed with so few adults to respond? Similar to my previous speaker, for this school and other schools to remain safe and implement one of the TDSB priorities, we need more caring adults in the building. As you can see, cuts are leaving students behind. Our kids have told us loud and clear they need more support. Staffing cuts at local schools mean that our remaining educational and office staff will be overworked and burned out. So as you set the budget for the next academic year, we're asking you to emphasize keeping our staff. Kids need more support from all of us, not less. Sadly, we believe we are not alone in the challenges we face this year. And I think I heard that firsthand in my previous speaker. And we reject the position the province intends for parents and guardians to fight with other schools within the TDSB to get access to the limited support and finances available. We will continue to fight for more funding from the province because we know that you need it. We know that our school has the resources to mobilize parents and fight for our needs. We signed petitions, we collected letters, I'm here to depute. And we know, our SAC knows, that not all schools in need across the city are able to engage you in this way. How decisions are made about the allocation of vice principals, education assistants, and special needs assistants needs to be transparent, available to parents and guardians, and driven by demonstrated need in the school community. We will continue to fight for fully funded public education in this province, and we seek for this TDSB budget to support our kids as they continue their efforts to rebuild academically, emotionally, and socially. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of clarification for the delegate? Anyone online? Trustee Dawson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Hi, Hillary. Thank you so much for coming to make a delegation. I know that you have been doing some amazing work with 8 other schools in Ward 9, and I wonder if you could please elaborate a little bit more on some of the activism that you are doing with the province.
Thanks, Alexis. Yeah, we are working with these other schools to put together a petition to be delivered to the floor of the legislature. And minutes before this meeting, I connected with other parents here who are doing the same thing, and it's amazing, and we're going to work together, I hope. And some of the schools that are within that have also done actions at their school, big chalk mural art to gain attention. And we were out collecting signatures in person, which gave us an opportunity to talk to parents about what are the cuts that are happening at the provincial level, because it doesn't look like it in the media. They played a very good game with that. And then also what we're trying to do as a school.
Thank you so much. And again, thanks for coming to speak today. Your words were very well said. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you, Ms. Hall, for your delegation and your advocacy, and we appreciate that. Can you clarify for me how you know how many suspensions were done at the school?
Yeah, at our recent council meeting, we asked the Safe and Caring for an update on the Safe and Caring Schools Committee, and we asked our administration to report on how many incidents had happened at our school.
Okay, thank you. And you also shared, I think, that students have told you that they're in need of additional supports. Can you share how that was done?
Yeah, so there's maybe 2 ways I could speak to. So we had our student council come to our parent council meeting, and issues of this nature came up about what's happening in the school around behavior. And then as parents on parent council, we've heard from our own kids about supervision, what's happening at recess, wanting, my own son, I can say, was benefited from a withdrawal support when he was younger for a reading intervention, and is now integrated into the classroom. So losing any supports that help students thrive who may have diverse needs, some of those are the way they've come out.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll also add, sorry, we have put out as part of this work a request to our school community to tell us about the things that they're worried about being lost, like tell us a little more of their own story in terms of what services they've accessed that really made a difference for their kids.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your delegation. Next, we have Karina Walsh and Jennifer Volk from various school councils. Can we bring another chair to the? Yes, please. So go ahead when you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Karina Walsh, mother of 3 at Brown.
Hi, I'm Jen Volk, mom of a daughter at Earl Grey in Riverdale and a former Franklin parent.
Together, we represent school councils for Brown, Earl Beatty, Earl Grey, Franklin, Hillcrest, Queen Alexandra, and Winona. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the devastating impact that the reductions in aquatic staffing will have on our school and students. First, we want to acknowledge the grave issues facing the board during this budget cycle due to the provincial funding shortfalls. As school councils, we have called on the Ontario government to provide the funding as requested by the chair to achieve a balanced budget, and we will continue this fight. Many in our communities wanted to come and speak today. We have chosen, however, to come as a joint collective as we wish to be respectful of the committee's time. Although you will only hear 2 voices as you listen, please hear the voices of 7 school councils and thousands of current and future students and families. This is not a broad discussion on the benefits of swimming or whether swim programming should be maintained within the TDSB. That has long been settled. Rather, this is an issue about a group of schools, 8 elementary and 12 secondary, who have had their aquatics instructor allocation taken away such that they will no longer be able to provide a full-time swim program and whose students will also suffer other consequences. Our 7 schools are different in many ways. The grades offered, some are dual track, some are model schools, some have board pools while others have city pools, and the list could go on. But we are here today with a single message. Swimming is an important, valuable, and cherished part of our schools, and with these proposed changes, our schools will be devastatingly impacted and forever changed. On Friday, our principals were informed that the decision to reduce aquatic staff was made under the understanding that it would be done without reducing programming. However, after reviewing the collective agreement and status of pool maintenance projects, it was determined that this wasn't possible. To address this miscalculation or misunderstanding, and contrary to the basis upon which trustees approved the reduction, the swim programs at our schools will be decimated. In other words, a mistake was made and now our students have been selected to pay for that mistake. This is not an acceptable process or solution. Taking away our allocations will have a significant impact on the physical and mental well-being of our students. We have heard from many, many families. For some, children are unable to participate in other sports due to medical conditions. For others, this is their only chance to receive instruction. In other cases, schools are providing students with exceptional needs swimming twice weekly, giving countless benefits. But what is even more devastating is the impact that this will have on mental health and well-being of our students. Students have suffered disproportionately during the last 3 years, and severely hindering a favorite part of school life will weigh heavily. Imagine our kids walking by fully maintained, empty pools, longing to swim, only to find paid programs running after school that they cannot join.
Outside of the impacts on our children, the proposed unassigned or twinning models do not make sense for a number of reasons. First, there will be the full cost of maintaining these pools, although these valuable assets will sit significantly underutilized for much of the year. This is not responsible stewardship. Second, these unassigned staffing positions will be difficult and unappealing to instructors and therefore hard to fill. And third, it fails to recognize the importance of instructor-student relationship. Moving instructors between schools and facilities with the potential of teaching 800+ students will not be as effective or safe. All this while some schools without an operating pool retain full aquatic staff allocation. We do understand that not all schools have pools, and we appreciate that we are very fortunate. But where they do exist, we should use them fully. The identity of each school is different, and for our school, swim has been a key part of the school identity for decades. Some of our schools have significantly less outdoor space than the board averages. While the pool is not a substitute for green space, failing to use the pools available fully further compounds this issue, when instead we should be trying to find more ways to help our students stay active. We also cannot understate the contributions of aquatic staff in our schools outside of instructional swim. Competitive swim, which can only be run through dedicated coaches, is extremely popular in our schools, and losing these swim teams will be devastating. However, the loss will not be limited to swim. Aquatic staff also act as first aiders and run many other extracurricular sports teams that will also be lost. We believe the process to date has been gravely flawed. The original proposal was based on incorrect facts. Trustees and principals were told that the reduction in staff would not impact programming. And now every few days we are receiving different information about what the model will be and how it is to be executed. The result is a profound impact to our swim programs, beloved staff, and our schools. The far-reaching detrimental consequences of this proposal are significantly disproportionate to the cost of the additional allocation that will be required to maintain the programs as currently intended. We implore you to find a solution that maintains current programming and sees the reinstatement of 2 full aquatics instructors at each of our pools. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegates? Okay. Trustee Earhart, go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. And thanks very much to the delegates. My child was sitting on my lap while I heard the delegation. My child's very fortunate to go to a school with a pool, and thought that this was terrible and that I should tell the committee that swimming is the best part of the day, and it's terrible that some kids could lose their swim programs. So I'm conveying that along with my question, which is just, I know that many of the councils that have come together to delegate here are also advocating for broader supports to the TDSB in line with the calls of the TDSB around pandemic-related expenses. So I'm just wondering if the delegates could chat a little bit of how you came together and how these schools are advocating more broadly for supports as well. Thanks so much for your delegation.
Okay. We definitely understand that talking about swimming and something that only impacts a small number of schools, when there's lots of trustees who may not have pools in their board, we're cognizant of that fact. We came together because this is one issue that we felt strongly about and that we felt was needed to be raised because of how it was managed and the disproportionate impact that it would have on our schools. But we are also fully committed to doing everything we can as school councils to address the bigger issues that face the board. And every time we join with other schools and talking with Hillary before, new ideas. So, you know, there's things, I don't know, like you can talk about the things that
I'm part of a group, East End Parents for Education, which is pulling together East End parents to do various actions. We've had a rally. We are having a phone zap tomorrow calling MPPs. And then we've joined with the school group, so we're expanding our reach into different parts of the city as well. As we say, we just met Hillary tonight. We're going to connect with her and join the West End in with us as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for bringing this to the attention of the board and also for all the important work you're doing on behalf of all of our schools.
Thank you very much. Our next delegate is Jeff Lawton, grade 3 French immersion teacher at Brown Public School.
Great. Thank you. As you just heard, my name is Jeff Lawton, and I'm a teacher at Brown Junior Public School. Perfect, nailed it. Thank you, first of all, to all of you as trustees for your work in advocating for our students. I do greatly appreciate the hard work that you do. As some of you may have seen, and as we just heard, last week the Brown staff wrote a letter to the chair and the director of the TDSB regarding the recently enacted cuts to aquatics programming in our school and in 7 other elementary schools. In that letter, we talked about the impacts of abruptly learning about the imminent loss of our 2 beloved aquatics instructors, and with them the Brown Panthers aquatics program itself. Less than a month after wrapping up a city finals swim meet, they received notices that they had been declared surplus. A city final swim meet where these coaches dedicated countless hours to planning and to training and supporting student athletes, ultimately taking home 5 banners, and then surplus. Since last week, there has been an outpouring of support both for our 2 veteran swim instructors as well as the program in a broader sense, which you have heard and you will hear. I'm here today to reiterate my strong belief in the value of the swimming program and to strongly urge you again to reconsider the decision. First off, let's just be clear, the need for extracurricular sport and opportunity for physical activity and mastery in schools post-pandemic is self-evident. We owe it to our kids to provide them as many opportunities as possible to get active and involved in school going forward, and cutting the aquatics program would be a step in the wrong direction. The challenging decision to cut aquatics, it appears, was in fact not a decision at all, but instead an accident of accounting for how policy would play out in practice. However, the result is that students at our school will lose over 10,000 cumulative hours of swim instruction per year. A loyal 23-year member of our staff will be working elsewhere and taking with him the knowledge and experience he has of the facility itself, as well as the thousands of students and their siblings he has taught over the years, not to mention the relationships he has built with parents and the community at large. The following teams will also be losing a coach: water polo, football, track, basketball. Even if this committee and the board decide to bring back a swim program in name, but only fund it to the level required for the twinning model, so much would still be lost due to the demands placed on educators who would then have to teach 2 separate 0.5 positions involving significant commute time between each of them. Now, I of course understand, as was discussed at length in the March 29th meeting of this committee, that the board was facing a significant shortfall in funding. and that the aquatics program was accidentally cut due to the board seeking, quote, a more economical and fiscally responsible way of allocating aquatics instructors. It also is important to understand, however, that these decisions to cut positions held by trusted adults at our school are not happening in a vacuum. On this note, Brown is also facing the loss of our vice principal, a dedicated EA, and is always seemingly on the verge of losing a librarian, an ESL allocation, and vital office staff. Director Russell Rollins said about these decisions in that meeting that, quote, staff have done everything in their power to minimize the impacts to students and will continue to do so throughout the budget process and beyond. Unfortunately, however, these impacts seem to have not been minimized at our school. Furthermore, board staff indicated that, quote, the reduction of aquatics instructors will be done through attrition, end quote. Again, this is not the case at our school. Our swim instructors themselves are each a few years from retirement. However, surplus. I understand that most of you do not have schools with pools in your ward, and thus may see a school aquatics program as a, quote, nice to have, that can be cut back in times of financial stress, manufactured or otherwise. However, allow me to make two comments on this possible train of thought. First, as an urban school, we do not have significant green space outside, nor a ball diamond, nor other similar facilities. The pool, in my opinion, fills the gap in that area as another space for physical activity. Secondly, while I may not ultimately be able to convince you that the pool is anything more than a nice to have, let me ask you about some other areas of education that are being cut, like special education, vice principals. Are these also considered nice to haves? If these cuts become normalized, what will be the next nice to have to go out the door when there are further budget pressures? In sum, these cuts in totality will have a further real negative impact on the quality of education that our students receive, and it is imperative that the board and this committee find a way to maintain these critical positions as well, all of them. Finally, to address an elephant remaining in the room, I also understand the TDSB is essentially being asked to do the dirty work of the province here. It is them who decided to end the COVID learning recovery funding, even though one would think that the recovery funding from a pandemic would have lasted at least as long as the pandemic itself did, but alas. I've, of course, written to the Premier and the Minister of Education, specifically citing their $2 billion provincial surplus last fiscal year. I've asked to delegate at their meetings, but I have not heard back. As I'm a teacher living in a riding that hasn't gone conservative since 1975, I am certainly not holding my breath. However, in conclusion, I urge you to reconsider the decision on the aquatics allocation and to further press for increased funding to be able to avoid the cuts made to so many other areas. COVID learning recovery funding is over, but the recovery itself is not, and we owe it to students to support them.
Good timing. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much for coming to speak, and we've read, at least I've read, all the letters, the Google Doc with the 109 pages from students, including their artwork and their words from the heart. I just want to confirm with you this decision. Is it your understanding that this was a decision of trustees to cut school programming?
My understanding through myriad conversations is that the decision, as cited by the associate director who presented the agenda item at the meeting, was that basically there's 93 positions. We only really use 80. We can get away with cutting 13, and there will be no impact to programming, and it will only be through attrition. Ultimately, through the labyrinth of collective agreements and board policies and things like that, it turns out that, whoops, that isn't how that's going to turn out, and as a result, at least 2, if not 8, very experienced aquatics instructors were declared surplus last week, 2 weeks ago.
Thank you for confirming.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Next, we have Jason Persek, also from Brown Junior Public School, grade 5-6 homeroom. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jason Persik, and I've been on the TDSB board for 4 years now. I wanted to talk about my experience from both sides, both as a student growing up, as well as what I see as a teacher, to paint a picture of the impact of the ongoing cuts that have been happening in our education. I would also like to address how additional cuts to special education, support staff, and aquatics can have negative consequences to our students going forward. I grew up with a learning disability, and I couldn't speak until I was 5 years old. I was developmentally delayed. I was fortunate to have some amazing special education teachers and staff that helped me catch up on my language, as well as provide me ongoing support that helped shape who I am. There used to be this incredible program called the Metro Language Program, which unfortunately was cut in my 5th grade. However, the work that they did not only to me, but to my friends growing up, who I still have contact to this day, was profound. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the amazing teachers and staff back then, I probably wouldn't be here today. As an educator, it's disheartening to see how this special education has become a skeleton of what it used to be. Despite what could be said, there are still staff members that can be a huge help that are now being cut. Educational assistants, for instance, help students that need support, whether that be behavioral needs or those that require extra attention. Especially in a year where I taught grade 2-3, an educational assistant and I worked so much together and achieved so much with a class where a third of them had learning disabilities. Some of these amazing achievements would not have been possible to do alone. Then there is aquatics. So much has been said about the need to provide students with opportunities, physical exercise, to provide for their mental health post-pandemic. Yet, very shortly after a major pandemic, we are making cuts and denying opportunities for students that do so much to help in these areas. I was a student at Deer Park and swimming was mandatory for 8 years. And I'll admit, I wasn't crazy about it at first. But as I got older, as an adult, I see the value of swimming has made in my life and also the life-saving skills that came with it. And the students that I grew up with took what they learned from these amazing programs and applied it to swimming facilities and to apply to become lifeguards in the future to give back. Even back then, I could see the great value that was provided to many of these students growing up. As a teacher, I see things from a different lens. I see students that may not excel academically in language and math or various other subjects, but swimming is their thing. It is the thing they take massive amount of pride in. Makes them feel part of the community. The cut in allocation and the change to our school now having to share our instructors will break our program. This is taking away beloved staff who have worked at the school for over 30 years, who have built great rapport with the students, who provide consistently, who provide extracurricular for weeks at a time, lunch and after school, who have contributed to students' fitness, endurance, safety, and well-being. If they now share instructors, this consistency will be broken. Extracurriculars opportunities for students will be lost as maintaining that weekly consistency will not be able to happen. And their knowledge of student-specific needs, incredible wealth of experience in their field is also crucial to ensure that these students are safe, especially in something specialized, in an activity where safety is so important to be left with professionals in the field. In the TDSB document for school-based staff allocation, there states 4 major strategic directions, and the recent cuts, in my opinion, contradict these statements. One strategic direction talks about providing equity of access to learning opportunities. How is it equitable to remove important staff members that know these schools very well and do so much for these students with special needs? To cut down the amount of opportunities to join teams or participate in activities that can help their health and well-being, many of which are trusted adults for these students that are well known in these schools. Another strategic direction in the document is to allocate human and financial resources strategically to support student needs. Yet very shortly after a major pandemic, where students have so many learning gaps observed by many educators and myself, we are removing trusted adults for many of these kids, removing staff that help students with special academic, social, and behavioral needs. I strongly encourage this committee to take the time to reconsider the recent cuts being made to special education staff, support staff such as educational assistants, as well as aquatics, as the impact that it will have on our students, especially right after a major pandemic, could really hurt in the long term. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the delegate? None online? So thank you very much for coming to speak to us today. Next on our list is John Weatherup from Toronto Education Workers, Local 4400. Is John online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, hello, John.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this is John Weatherup from Toronto Education Workers Local 4400. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, John.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this is
John,
Weatherup
can you turn off your live feed?
Hello? Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, it's John Weatherup here from 4400, and I'm here to talk about two things: the swim programs at several Toronto elementary and high schools. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to be quick on the swim programs, and then I'll spend a couple of minutes on the Spec Ed report that's before you today. The parents of at Brown and Earl Grey and other teachers have spoken about the swimming pools. I've been around the swimming pool program fight for a number of years, originally with Marguerite Jackson, who threatened to close the pools unless Mike Harris kept the funding open. I was around with David Crombie and making Splash, where we put the 4400 put $100,000 into saving the swimming pools, and at that time the Liberal government put in $15 million to keep the pools open. And so at this time, we're seeing it again with these programs at several schools and high schools, and the same arguments raise their head about equity across the system. There's not pools in all the schools. As everybody knows, there's not baseball diamonds, football fields, food programs, all different types of programs across our system. They're not in every school. These swimming programs provide for swimming in the province, which has the most lakes and water probably than anywhere in the world, for student safety, as well as the delivering programs every day for students to enjoy, whether it's team sports or taking up swimming in the day. I don't know, we keep referring to the collective agreement language that's in our contract. When you read the notes from the board on why they did this, and that's on their notes of the meeting that they originally dealt with the allocation, it was dealing with, there are a number of pools annually that close for renewal and maintenance, and that they would be able to cover it that way. So we have a simple request for the board. The board do not make these cuts or any cuts, but in particular right now we're speaking on the swimming pool cuts to put them back in. Also, they should have an impact study on what's happening, because this is only the tip of the iceberg. The board has not been able to hire swim instructors on a temporary basis for replacements, so these pools will even be closed more often. And even more insidious is special ed pools are being closed for the same reason. The board needs to reinstate these positions to ensure the programs can run, and they also need a strategy to bring staff in, because you need to have 2 people on the pool deck while having these programs run. So while I agree with all what the parents said about the importance of the programs, the importance of swimming, and this has been fought over a large number of years, we stand beside them, and as the board reverse these cuts, B, they look at a strategy to make sure that these programs are will carry on and have proper staffing, and in particular in spec ed schools which are not listed in here. So I just thank you on the swim programs and on the special education, because I know I'm running out of time, is special education and inclusion and the data. I just want to say that special education inclusion, if you're going to have inclusion in our schools, you need to have proper staffing. And currently we do not have the proper staffing in spec ed. And there's a number of things in this report that's it's a special and inclusion service level data for 2022-23. One of them, when I look at where we fit across boards in the GTA, we seem to be at the bottom of most categories. I know the nice colored lines show in the report that, it's all within certain percentages, but we rank almost in every category, either the last or second last category. And it looks like we may be better than the provincial average. I'm not sure how that works, but in the GTA, we're not doing that well. Some of the things that you may want to ask, there's 1,300 and something special ed, safety plans in our school. The report here talks about 87 health and safety concern forms. Just for information, there was 1,300 violent incidents last year, and these are mostly in the special ed programs. These are students who are not, this is not blaming the students for their behavior or blaming students or anything. This is the lack of staff we have in place to deliver on those safety plans. And when I say 1,300, that's reported violent incidents. There's probably double that amount, and that's for QP 4400 only. So we've asked that you, when you're looking at these reports and cuts to special education, that you read this. The other thing that should be highlighted is that they're using spec ed staff to cover off for general supervision and removing them from instructional time for spec ed students, which is totally inappropriate, and I think it's a violation of the spending money on special education. So as I look through this report, I find it disturbing, and I want to talk about the violent incidents we're talking about are serious violent incidents. The most recent violent incident, we had one of our members stabbed, their arm, another one arm broken, and a third one had their arm slashed. So
John,
these incidents are not all the same. They go from verbal abuse all the way through to other types.
John?
So on the health and safety, and if the CEAC committee wants any support, we would
John,
more
your
than
time is
willing to
up.
provide them the information. And the last thing I'll say is risk assessment. The Ministry of Labor is ordering the board to put risk assessment in across the board for safety reasons.
John, your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for the delegate? Okay, thank you very much, John, for coming to speak to us today.
Thank you.
So I will note that there are also two written delegations that have been submitted for trustees to read through. And our next item on the agenda, is the reports from community advisory committees. And 5.1 is from the Alternative Schools Advisory Committee. So who is speaking to this?
I believe I am.
Sorry? Oh, do we have the co-chairs?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Jacob, you're here? Yep. Please go ahead.
Thank you. For housekeeping, well, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Jacob Leibovich. I am the elementary co-chair to the ASAC committee. I want to thank you for hearing us out today. I just wanted to start with housekeeping. In the minutes included in your package, hold on one sec, let me just make sure I can actually read my notes. Ugh, it's not working. Okay. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulty. Give me one sec. All right.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm right. I was just going to say for housekeeping, in the minutes of our meeting included in your package, we should note that the staff present at the meeting include Superintendent Peter Chang, Administrative Liaison Anna Catalano, and Associate Director Louise Cirisco for part of the meeting. We felt it important to speak to you today as we have heard the hurt and outrage felt within our communities regarding the elementary alternative schools admissions process, which disenfranchised students who disclose their race, two-spirit LGBTQ plus identity, and disability on the application form. 2 years ago, ASAC put forward recommendations intended to create change on a system level. The goal was equity of access to elementary alternative schools and to create more inclusive spaces representative of the diversity of the TDSB. ASAC believed that all school communities should have the benefit of an admissions process designed for inclusion and equity. Staff developed a new centralized admissions procedure and process. We all know that that process did not go as planned. Students who disclosed that they identified as racialized, having a disability, or two-spirited LGBTQ+ were excluded from full consideration. They were not included in the open lottery. They did not have the opportunity to be matched to available seats. We will provide a bit more context regarding the process and the TDSB's resolution in relation to our recommendation. And for that, I want to hand it over to my co-chair, Larry McAllister.
Thank you, Jacob, and also thank you everyone for listening today. So for the upcoming school year, there were 458 available spots and 1,285 applicants. 589 of those applicants identified as belonging to an underrepresented community. So that's roughly 46% of the total number of applicants identified as belonging to an underrepresented community. The admissions process, as advertised, was to offer available seats. And we say available seats because there aren't necessarily open spots in each grade and school. So the process was to offer available seats first to Indigenous applicants, then to applicants with a sibling already at the school. And of the remaining available seats at that stage, 25% were assigned by random lottery to students who disclosed on the application form that they identify as belonging to an underrepresented community. So those that were not offered seats at this stage were assigned a number on a wait list for the grade and school that they applied to. But these applicants, so almost half the total number of applicants, were also to be included in the next stage of the process, which allocated the remaining seats by lottery. And we know that they were not. This was 422 students that were excluded at this stage from the chance to access a seat in that lottery. The TDSB initially indicated that to address this error, there were 89 seats still available, and it would try to fill those by offering those seats to students who had been excluded. Our committee was uncertain why the lottery wasn't repeated, but we also felt that the allocation of 89 seats was not an equitable or restorative resolution. And on April 21st, every voting member was present for an emergency meeting. And as we were gathering, the TDSB announced that it determined 98 seats should have been offered to the students who were excluded. And it would add 98 plus 34 seats to students on the wait list for a total of 132. So that's 132 new spots. We understand now that that does not include the 89 that were initially announced. And it appears that, or as we understand it, the original 89 may not have been able to be matched to applicants. So regardless of the difference between these two numbers, 89 in our recommendation or 132 now, the fundamental issue in the process, which disenfranchised students, still exists. 422 students originally did not receive full consideration. 132 new seats leaves 290 students without a resolution. The allocation of the 132 seats was also done on a school and grade level, meaning where staff believed that it was possible to add seats by grade and school, those seats would be allocated. And they would be allocated in order of the wait list that had been created earlier on in the process. So this means that students who didn't have the opportunity when their grade in school came up in the original lottery didn't have a chance this time if a seat was not added to the grade in the school that they applied for, or if they were already too far down the wait list to be considered. So the opportunity was not restored. And I'm going to pass it back to Jacob.
Thanks, Lori. It's important to emphasize that students who've been affected must be centered in all discussions and decisions about this matter and its resolution. This is not about programming. It is about harm which has been caused by the system and a commitment to reparations and accountability. We are here to talk specifically about the allocation of resources, which must form part of any reparative measure. As the admissions process continues to unfold, we ask this committee to consider all of the questions which arise from the TDSB's plan of action, which have an impact on resources and funds. As Lori mentioned, 290 students have been left on the wait list. They never had the consideration that was promised to them when they disclosed race, disability, or two-spirit LGBTQ plus identity on the application form. What is the resolution for them? We haven't been told. Who is following up with them, and what do they need to be supported? We also ask you to consider and question the impact on students who are excluded from the lottery but are now being offered seats by increasing class sizes. Class caps have been stagnant at alternative schools for years. What is the impact of increasing them at this time in this way? How are students and families who have been historically underserved going to be impacted? We've consistently heard concerns about access to special education resources in elementary alternative schools, and resources generally required to support students in middle school. Are resources following these students to the alternative schools? How is the TDSB going to ensure the students that are being offered these spots after the error which excluded them are going to be supported? The TDSB has deemed this plan of action a full redress as it, quote, restores access to slightly more seats to students from underrepresented groups, as was anticipated in the original selection process, end of quote. This implies that any new offer is a win for all in the underrepresented groups, regardless of the inequities in the process, and it does not recognize the individual harms caused. Now I'm going to move on to the recommendation. Whereas the TDSB has committed to provide equity of access to learning opportunities for all students, and whereas a breach of the 2023-24 centralized elementary alternative schools admission process excluded students who disclosed aspects of their identity which are protected by the Human Rights Code, and the TDSB has indicated that it may, where possible, allocate 89 currently available spaces to those students as a restorative measure. And whereas the number of students excluded from the process based on their disclosure of race, disability, and two-spirit LGBTQ plus identity is greater than 89, and such potential allocation is neither equitable nor restorative, the Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee recommends that, in its review and approval of the 2023-24 operating budget, the board allocate appropriate funding and resources for reparative measures to enable a resolution which is equitable and restorative for students disenfranchised by the 23-24 centralized elementary alternative school admissions process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegates? Trustee Dawson?
Sorry, I noticed Trustee Earhart before me. I don't know if it was about this, but her name is there.
I think that was from the earlier delegations.
Okay. Let me turn on my camera. Hi, Jacob. How are you? Thank you so much to both you, Jacob and Lori, for your delegations. I have some questions to staff about alternative schools, but I did want to ask both of you right now, what would you consider to be restorative measures? Like what would you like to see us fund?
It's a tough one to answer. I mean, it seems to me that there is a group of people who've been excluded who just don't have any redress at the moment. It's hard to be prescriptive, but their lack of opportunity to join the alternative school community should be addressed in a way that makes them whole, but we don't have a prescription. And that's why we've intentionally written the recommendation so that it can be sort of sorted out.
If I can add to that as well, it's difficult to know as well because the process is evolving and we don't have all of the information. We don't know who these students are that have been excluded. We don't know what their needs are. We don't know what other sort of maybe schools that they might be interested in or what other programs would be supportive to them. But we don't, I guess right now, we just don't have any indication that there's been any sort of meaningful follow-up with them to even determine what might be appropriate. And we just don't want them to get lost in all of this.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. I understand where you're coming from. So I do have some questions to staff then. Staff, have you determined where the issue was exactly in the process? Like with respect to the vendor or to on our side? Do you know specifically what happened, and can you tell us?
Director Rollins.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask the chair or governance staff just to clarify whether staff are taking questions from trustees during this particular presentation.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Then I would ask Associate Director Audley Salmon to respond, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, staff continues to work with the vendor in order to ascertain what has actually transpired and where we know where the actual process deviated from what was the expected, what were the expectations. However, we have not yet ascertained the specifics as there are conflicting perspectives. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Through the chair, can we ask how many spots were, I would like to ask how many spots were specifically added to middle schools as part of the response? How many additional spots?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, staff are somewhat limited in the details that we can provide based on the number of students on the wait list and the number of programs that are being referenced. So with that proviso, I will ask the Associate Director whether the information he has is able to be provided in this format at this time.
Thanks, and through the chair, we would not be able to provide that information at this point in time, but we have added or were able to ascertain a total of 132 additional seats that were distributed across the various schools, but I would not be able to provide with you the specifics at this point in time, how many were added at grade 7 and 8. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart?
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I wanted to also ask of staff related to this. I've heard so much from my community about this, and one of the issues that is consistently coming out is around trust and the need the need for transparency to better understand what went on and what a reparative measure is transparently. So I'm wondering if staff could comment on what efforts are being made or will be made for increased transparency around what went on this year and what the reparative measures will be this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, additional information will be provided on the board's website. Staff has been working to not only answer the questions that have been posed that would increase understanding of what actually has transpired in the actions taken. We understand that there is there are additional questions about what occurred at each school. Working with our privacy team, we have determined what we are able to share publicly and what needs to be withheld in order to protect students' identities. I would ask Associate Director Sim, if he has any additional comments he would like to offer.
Thank you, and through the chair, staff continues to update the website that does provide a fulsome Q&A with respect to providing information to the communities around what has transpired, the notion of probability and different aspects around the lottery and how it should have ran, what actually took place, and what the remedy was. That can all be found on the website for parents and communities in order to review. We, of course, will have continued with the process in order to continue providing opportunities for those who were historically underrepresented, and are working to continue the communication with those who are, our process is still continuing on right now to provide additional seats. Thank you.
Thank you. And additionally, Chair, parents who reach out to us through the Elementary Alternative Schools TDSB address also receive a call back so that we can endeavor to answer their questions and clarify the steps that have been taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping to also ask about moving forward, and I wanted to ask those that have presented on behalf of the CAC tonight, and also to staff thereafter. What I'm hearing is that there's been trust that's been broken around centralized lotteries. And this is concerning for so many reasons, as this was supposed to be a system that would enhance trust in the system for equitable outcomes. And so it is so upsetting to have received the messages that I've been receiving from constituents from historically underrepresented communities who are no longer trusting the results. And so I know that historically trustees used to be involved in overseeing selection for alternative elementary alternative schools, but with the centralization that's been removed. And I'm just wondering if the CAC could comment on what they have been hearing around what it means for the process to have been centralized, how that has affected trust, what they feel needs to be done moving forward. And then I'd also love the opportunity to receive staff comment on that and what's being envisioned for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Just to echo much of what you've heard, we've heard the same thing coming from our school. There was a little bit of distrust when it was announced that this was going to be a centralized process, but we were reassured through our committee and through other communication from the board that this was being done with the utmost care and in the interest of furthering equity and inclusion at the school. But now that there's been this breakdown, I suppose, that trust is very much broken. There's a lot of hurt, there's a lot of anger. People want to figure out how we can do this differently next year to get back on track. For the particular school that I'm involved in, there was a lot of work done individually in order to make sure that diversity was being increased, and we could see the sort of evidence of that as we moved on, as we moved through that process at our own school. And now all of a sudden, most of those, or all of the decision making was taken away from those folks that had really diligently worked on equity committees to try and further that goal at our school. And so quite frankly, people don't want to go back to a centralized process. That would be sort of the main message coming out of the community that I'm involved in speaking to.
Trustee Earhart, do you have further questions?
No, I'm wondering if I am wondering if staff could comment on the same question, just about trust in the system, and if staff have any views on for future years what we can do as trust has been affected this year, and how we can address that, and if that's being contemplated or if options will be coming to board related to that. Thank you.
Through the chair, one of the most regrettable aspects of what has occurred within this process has been the loss of trust of communities, of students and families who applied for a place in these programs. We recognize that as a system, whatever process is adopted moving forward needs to be determined, working closely with the Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee for their feedback, and in alignment with what we know we are able to do and to make transparent to communities while also maintaining the privacy of the students and families who apply. So it is through a process of deep engagement and listening that we will determine what the process will be next year. And as soon as we are able to fully conclude our process this year and determine what actually went wrong and where we can be more diligent in undertaking the process, we will engage with families, staff, and the Community Advisory Committee to determine next steps. I would be remiss if I did not also say that we have successfully carried out randomized selection processes in the past and this year. So where we are able to draw on those processes that worked effectively and as expected and resulted in greater equity, we will also share those processes broadly with families, students, and the Community Advisory Committee as we determine how to move forward.
Thank you. And I just have one more question, if through the chair, if it's okay, and it's around privacy. And I'm just hoping that staff could clarify or really offer a plain language reason for why it is when constituents are asking questions, when members of my community are asking questions around specifically where their children fall on the waiting list, how many students have been accepted, whether those students are from an underrepresented group, when they're asking specifically around the category of underrepresented group, why it is that we can't share that information. I understand that it's related to privacy, but if staff could offer specific examples or further clarification for why it would be a privacy concern, as I do get the sense from community members that they're feeling that is more of an excuse rather than a deep and legitimate concern. And so I just really appreciate maybe a more in-depth clarification of the privacy considerations that need to be taken into account when running selection processes for a very small number of placements in an elementary panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this is an important question that we would want to hear the voices of our staff who work within our Freedom of Information Office, as well as our research team, who have been responsible for ensuring that we understand the student-by-student data at each school, along with the staff who worked on the elementary alternative school randomized selection process. So I won't endeavor to replicate their voices, but we will provide a written response to that question and share it with trustees and on our website if it isn't already there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee King.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate that we're having this conversation by way of this advisory committee report. I have 2 elementary alternative schools in my ward, and I wanted to follow up on one of the points that we heard from the co-chairs today, and which I've also heard from community in my ward. And it's that where the additional 132 spots, or specifically the additional 34 spots, where those have created larger class sizes or where they've created increased incidence of splits across 3 grades, I'm wondering what the discussions around course of action have been among staff for managing the messaging and managing some of the perception and potential othering that we've heard to make sure that we're maintaining welcoming environments and again, just not exacerbating that harm. We know that we've already seen, that underrepresentation in the schools that we were, trying to counter through this effort. And we have a situation that is potentially exacerbating that situation for some. So I'm just wondering how specifically staff are thinking about just addressing that in this circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the circumstances described by the trustee are what staff anticipated would need to be a priority for us, not only as we support schools in preparing for the fall, but throughout the fall directly. So one strategy that will be in place is working with the school superintendent, the principal, and the staff to emphasize and to put in place additional strategies to build a sense of community and belonging among all students intentionally at the beginning of the school year within the context of the work that likely is already in place and has been done historically in specific alternative schools. Where there is an identified need to do additional focused work, we will engage with our equity team and other central resources such as our student success guidance counselors to ensure that they are part of the community building process in specific schools and classes. This work too should interact with school councils and also involve families. I would welcome any additional thoughts that staff may have.
And through the chair, I think that the question that the trustee asked is if, is a very good one. And it's one that has been on the mind of the superintendents and the principals. Part of the reason why we have used June the 16th as the date in order to have all students who are receiving the specific access to these schools as the date was an opportunity for principals to reach out to all the parents and the families so that they can have the opportunity to meet with those individuals that are incoming for next year and provide that welcoming space this year by at least connecting with them so that they provide an opportunity to say to parents and the students, this is what this particular alternative school is like, this is what you can expect, and to make that connection. And that's part of the reason why we've done the June 16th, so that it will give principals at least that particular opportunity, because what you've outlined matters a great deal as far as principals and schools making the connection with the individual families that are coming into this space next year. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for both those responses. And, I would add that I think that part of that messaging and communication is not only for the incoming families, but it's for the existing families that make up the community as well, because I think there's important messaging and understanding to be had for both parts. I also just wanted to follow up, Director Russell Rollins, with the anticipated work that would be done. Did you also anticipate a requirement of any financial resources allotted to that?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we've not specifically identified additional financial resources. We do know that from time to time, superintendent or learning center budgets can be used specifically to focus resources in specific schools. but we have not fully contemplated that, but we'll do so moving forward.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, no more questions from me.
Thank you. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. The recommendation seems kind of vague and open-ended to me. So I'm trying to understand, is there an opportunity, I guess, if I'd like to ask staff that if I make a motion for referral to staff, that we can have a reasonable expectation that we would hear back in time for the 23-24 operating budget, which is what's asked in the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, perhaps Associate Director Salmon would like to begin.
Thank you, and through the chair, part of what we've done in order to address the class sizes is we will be looking at where the class sizes will fall. And as part of our normal routine process is the reorganization process that does take place in the fall. That being said, based on what has transpired, staff will certainly is very cognizant and very intentional around monitoring the actual number of students that are in these classes and also ongoing communication with the principals in order to ensure that we provide whatever supports are necessary in order to allow for the adjustments for these students. Are we able at this point in time to outline specific tangible things that will be done for this particular group or with respect to the resources that will be allocated? At this point in time, we wouldn't be able to do that because this will all be part of a staffing process that we're literally are continuing to do as we have each year, but we're paying a great deal more attention to these schools based on what has transpired. Thank you.
Again, through the chair, just so I'm trying to understand, where was the funding then? When does the funding for that staff allocation approved then?
Thank you, and through the chair. At this point in time, it's not a question. We as staff are not looking at additional staffing. The additional staffing around reorganization has already been allocated through the school-based budgeting process. What will take place as we go into September, as we always do, we look at the class size and ensure that we are in compliance with it in each and every grade and each and every school. Thank you.
Again, through the chair, is there an expectation then that, like, the committee's making an ask of you or of us through you, that we'd kind of be endorsing it? Do we expect, can the committee expect a report back to tell us what you were able to do so that we can fully understand exactly, or does this just kind of be just into the overall, general staffing, and that we lose it and we don't get to fully report, in essence, what, they've made an ask. We should at least be able to tell them what came of their ask.
Through the chair, we will be able to fully report back on the additional resources that may be required in order to support the strategy to redress the mistake that occurred in the fall. Some of the allocations may happen now, and additional allocations may happen in the fall. We can provide an interim update to the Community Advisory Committee toward the end of the year, and I don't know exactly when the next meeting date is, but to the board, we would be able to provide a more comprehensive report sometime in the fall after staffing has occurred.
So just so I'm through the chair, if this motion should be referred, then that would be the expectation upon that referral being approved.
Yes, and I want to confirm to the board that we understand the intent of the motion, which is to ensure that there are appropriate resources in place in order to support the redress.
Okay, thank you. I think I would like to move referral. I think Ms. Joseph Dowers has, please.
I'm happy to second. Thank you.
So, sorry. The motion on the floor is that the matter be referred back to staff to consider as part of the 2023-2024 budget process. Do you have any comments or speakers to the motion on the floor? I do have Trustee Earhart had some more questions. Ms. Joseph Dowers, we are speaking to the motion. Motion's been moved. It's on the floor. So do we have any questions or speakers to the motion that's on the floor? No, seeing none. Can we open the vote?
Trustee Lee's in favor.
Trustee Shanagay.
Thank you. Trustee Patel, can you confirm if you're in the meeting?
Madam Chair, I voted.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Trustee Wong. I'm voting in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Shan, could we get your vote again?
Madam Chair, Trustee Shan voting against.
Thank you. And that carries. Thank you very much. Thank you to our co-chairs for attending today. The next item on the agenda is, the next item on the agenda is 5.2, report from the Intercity Community Advisory Committee on the Learning Opportunities Grants Demographic Allocation 2023-24 Equity Funding.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. Just before we start, could we do a roll call? Could trustees who joined the meeting since we began, could you please identify yourselves?
Trustee Lee's here.
Thank you.
Trustee King is here.
Sorry, I think that was two people.
Trustee King is here.
Thank you.
Trustee Rajwani is here as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Patel is here.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Omar Khan here to speak to this. Okay, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So hi, everyone. My name is Omar Khan. I'm the ICCAC Community Co-Chair. I was here a few months back, actually delegating on a similar topic, and I'm glad to be back here this time reporting to you. So the recommendations before you today came out of a very rich conversation at ICCAC, both at our last meeting and over many years going back long before I was involved. One parent member actually commented that this is sadly an evergreen topic, So I'm going to try to quickly summarize the conversation and the work leading to these recommendations. It builds on what I said back in February here at FBEC. So I'm just going to quote a paragraph from that. So if equity is not only a budget driver, but the number 3 budget driver for TDSB, we should be able to account for what is spent on equity. It's not sufficient to say that equity is everywhere. We need details. We need to know what the board considers equity spending and add it up. If trustees get a list of what the staff consider equity spending, trustees can immediately identify what is for equity work and what might need to be better understood. But no one has this list. Okay, so equity spending can probably pretty quickly be broken down into 2 general categories. Those initiatives that are driven by the Learning Opportunities Index and other equity initiatives. And so for the LOI policy actually has an item 4.12, which reads, an analysis shall be generated every 3 years to assess the impact of the use of the index and allocation of resources to schools during the previous 36-month period. The analysis shall be presented to the board and its advisory committees. So unfortunately, at the last governance committee meeting, the research manager, David Cameron, was asked if he could provide the last such analysis that is required by the policy. And he said, to his knowledge, it had never been done before, with the exception of an external consultant's report back in 2007. So it sounds like coming out of that, an understanding of how and what resources the LOI drives will be part of the LOI policy review that's now started. But in terms of other equity initiatives, and some big ones that come to mind, like right off the top of my head, are of course the Center for the Excellence for Black Student Achievement, Urban Indigenous Education Center, and there are many others. I'm sure everyone here could list quite a few. What we're asking is for a clear accounting of board spending on equity initiatives. And so if you're asking why are we asking for this? Well, the whereas clauses on the motion that we put forward will point out that the ministry has allocated $2 billion since 2006-2007 academic year to the TDSB through the Learning Opportunities Grant demographic allocation, or the LOGDA for short. So in the ministry documentation on the LOGDA, they write, and this is in the second whereas clause of the report before you, they write that the demographic allocation provides funding based on social and economic indicators associated with academic difficulty. This allocation supports school boards that offer a wide range of programs that support the needs of their own students at risk. Examples of such programs include the provision of nutrition programs, homework clubs, reading recovery, and withdrawal for individualized support. School boards have considerable latitude in determining the type of program and support that they provide with this funding. So the spirit of the LOGDA is for equity work. Unfortunately, probably over half of the $2 billion has almost certainly been spent on non-equity expenditures. And that's not just me, pulling a number out of the air and saying this. That's been from research over 10 plus years by ICCAC members, by Social Planning Toronto. This is fairly clear. And some of you are probably asking why. And this goes to part C of our recommendations. The LOGDA is unsweatered, right? It's not earmarked to be spent in certain ways. The province has said that school boards have latitude. So what happens? The province underfunds provincially mandated expenditures of the board, and so those gaps must be made up. Craig Snyder, the Executive Officer of Finance at TDSB, has done a great job of providing the funding gaps for 2021-22 and 2022-23. These are the salary gaps for teachers and administrators, special education funding gaps, and a number of other areas. And I applaud the trustees for campaigning to make it very clear to the public that the province is underfunding the board. But as the underfunding continues, the unsweatered funds, like LOGDA, can help make up those gaps. And then the province can say, oh, look how much we provide for equity in education via the LOGDA, while simultaneously forcing the board to, as Social Planning Toronto has written, rob from the poor to pay for the rich. So the ICCAC recommendation in Part C is asking the board to write to the province to specifically highlight the effect of their underfunding on how some of the long DA money has to be used. So I know these budget times are tight, so I understand that the recommendation in Part B is probably impossible. We understand that in the face of cuts, it's hard to allocate more anywhere. But in summary, the ICCAC is at this moment really focused on understanding what is the actual spending on equity at the board, and two, to make clear to the province that they might give the big number for equity, but we know that it's an illusion because the province simultaneously underfunds other vital areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have speakers list. Right now we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, team, I don't have a voice today, so let me know if you can hear me properly. I just want to, first of all, thank the committee for the motion. And I do want to understand a little bit more about Part B. Mr. Khan, you did say that you understand that Part B is impossible. So can you just help me elaborate on that a little bit more?
Oh, so well, Part B is in a way possible if you like allocate $1 extra. But Part B is vague, right? We weren't sure how much to ask for. I think Part B really relies on Part A, right? So I think there's a strong belief, and again, I said it's been backed up with a lot of research, that Part A will show that if you actually get the spending, that we do spend less than what the log DA allocates. And then the goal for Part B, which maybe will be a future ask, with more specific requests, because you can see there's no numbers in Part B. We really weren't sure exactly what to ask there, what that increase should be. But I think our focus right now is just first understanding what the equity spending is. That's the main focus.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Through you, Madam Chair, I do agree with you. I think the important piece is to understand what's happening before we can know what the next step is. And I just, Mr. Khan, I appreciate the motion. I'm in full support of parts A and C. I just personally, as a trustee, I don't know what I'm voting for when I say yes to B. So through you, Madam Chair, and to the Mr. Khan, I assume you are going to be the initiator, and I'm not sure who's moving this. Is it possible for us to make some type of recommendation for Part B, just so that it doesn't, I guess, set the board up to committing to something that it either has no clue on what the next step should be, or don't have enough information to actually make a proper motion that will justify what you're trying to do here?
I think, I'll leave it to you guys for what the motion might look like coming out of this, but maybe it's just to have Part A and C, and for now, maybe just strike B. There might be other ways to do it. I think we can come back with B once we have Part A done, right? So I don't want to presume how you guys want to handle this, but that might be one way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. I'll hand it back to the chair for any movers or anyone to make any recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have more speakers, and then we'll come back to your questions, Trustee Lee, because I think the next speakers will cover that. So next we have Trustee DeVies. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, first to Trustee Lee, I'm on the committee as well, and as well as here, so I volunteered to move a motion on behalf of the committee, so I'll bring that forward. Next, first, I had some questions for staff through the chair. Can you maybe elaborate as much as you're able to on some of the elements that we do include that we could consider equity components as part of the expenditures that are covered by this?
Director Russ-Wellens.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Associate Director Zucker will respond.
Thank you, and through the chair. So as we know, the demographic allocation, which is the only unenveloped portion of the learning opportunities allocation, does provide funding based on social and economic indicators that are associated with students having a higher risk of academic difficulty. TDSB offers many unique programs that provide opportunities and that are supported by the Learning Opportunities allocation. And some of them include support for model schools, support for the Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement, additional supports to supplement the equity, human rights, and mental health funding that the board receives, additional teachers to support differentiated staffing, nutrition programs above what is offered by TFSS, community services and translation and public engagement, additional school budget supports, outdoor education that is above the funding that we receive, additional vice principals support above the funding, additional support for secondary alternative schools, and safety costs that are above funding. So those are just some of them. That's certainly not an exhaustive list, but it is some of the areas that are supported by the Learning Opportunities allocation.
Through the chair, as a follow-up to a question, would we be able to quantify these elements given more time? And I understand, we're going through a budget process now, so maybe it may not be immediate, the response, but would we be able to quantify, what the school board would look like if the log DA wasn't around? Like, would we be able to quantify what that looks like, given enough time?
So thank you, and through the chair, we do provide, again, many of these things. And when we do have unenveloped grants, we do not allocate dollar for dollar what comes out of what specific grant. At the same time, for the things that I listed, we are able to provide where we spend the funding, especially in excess of what we receive. And again, that's not to say that that it's underfunded. That's to say that the board supports these initiatives, which sometimes we reallocate more resources than we receive through the grants.
Thank you. And then I guess the last question for the presenter, Mr. Khan. What is it that you would like to see in any form of report or information from the school board that would help you and the rest of the folks in the committee to do the work that you're looking to do in terms of data? What are the details that you spoke of? Maybe you can elaborate a bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, sorry, what the associate director just listed were all of those items. I think what we would want as a basic thing at first is just, a list of those kinds of initiatives and how much has been funded to those in the last budget year. So just, and the board has done a little bit of this in the past. For the 2011-2012 year, one of our former ICCAC members, David Clanfield, he worked with, he did some work working through the budget, trying to find sort of everything that might be LOI and model school, non-LOI equity related. And he came up with a number of 40 million for that budget year. That budget year had a $127 million log DA allocation. And I believe Craig Snyder actually provided him with a more comprehensive list. But David pointed out to me that even if that list if everything really was equity on that list, it only added up to maybe about 80 million of the 127 million. So the question for our group is really, we just want to understand how much are we spending on equity, roughly. And I think we have all these equity initiatives within the board, and there are staff and money associated with them. And we'd like to see a report of what are these initiatives and what is the number. Maybe it's a number of staff, maybe it's an actual monetary number. So we can do some of the calculations and see what we're spending on equity. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask what we're spending on equity. If it's a budget driver, I think we should know how much we're budgeting for it. So that would be, as most basic, it's that.
Thank you. And then I'll cede my time, and I realize the other folks. is there somebody else? Sorry.
Sorry. I think Director Estolans, you wanted to also contribute?
Yes, thank you very much. Through the chair, appreciate the intent, which is to look at specifically how we use LOG to support equity and underserved students in the board. I would make 2 points. We have underserved students in every school, so at times it is difficult to identify specific allocations that go to every school with the intention of supporting whether it's 1 student or 50 students or 80% of a school population. So that will be a challenge for us working with ICCAC to determine how we address in this report so that it is clear and noted, and more importantly, made transparent to the province. Secondly, an interesting conversation potentially is what should be sweatered and fully funded by the Ministry of Education in support of equity in school boards. I think that is I would offer that to trustees and to ICCAC as another important point of conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee McLean.
Okay, I have, sorry, through the chair. I have a motion. Ms. Joseph Dowers, do you have what I said? Okay, thank you. I'd like to refer this to staff. If we could put it on the screen for everyone to see, that'd be great.
Sorry, can we make that larger at all? Oh. Oh, that's better. Thank you. Okay. So the motion that's been put on the floor, oh, sorry, we need a seconder. So Trustee DeVitis. So the motion on the floor is that the matter be referred back to staff to provide an information session in the fall of 2023 related to the Learning Opportunities Grant demographic allocation, the Learning Opportunities Index, and how the TDSB differentiates support. That's A. And B, that the chair of the board write to the Ministry of Education and the members of the provincial legislature requesting funding to fill the budget gaps identified by the TDSB so that, 1, the board does not have to make up provincially mandated budget gaps with unsweatered funds such as the Learning Opportunities Grant demographic allocation, and that the Learning Opportunities Grant demographic allocation can be fully used for its intended purpose, which is as per the ministry provided to funding based on social and economic indicators associated with academic difficulty. Okay, do I have any speakers to the motion that's on the floor? Trustee Shan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mover. So I'm assuming that this motion acknowledges that it is not being used for its intended purposes and that it's being used for other purposes outside the intent.
Sorry.
No, just because I'm looking at number 1 and 2 of B that says that, Learning Opportunities Grant demographic allocation is currently not fully being used for its intended purposes. Is that the assumption being made right now, or is that the fact that being acknowledged through this motion?
I don't believe so, but perhaps staff could comment further.
Through the chair, Associate Director Zucker will respond, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would say that that's not that wouldn't be staff's understanding, and that there are a number of initiatives as indicated in the list that I'd provided, that we do use the Learning Opportunities Grant demographic allocation, and that it really would also look at special education. And even though special education does have a separate funding, it is intended to be supplemental, and therefore there are other costs associated with supporting special education students that may meet the definition of the Learning Opportunity demographic allocation as well. So it would be difficult to say with absolute certainty that the grant is not being used as intended.
Okay, and I have one more question to the mover. This is requesting an information session. I'm assuming the information session is for the trustees. How does that address the information request that is coming from the committee?
Sorry, I would think the information session would be with the committee, and trustees could join if they were so inclined.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all your questions, Trustee Chen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further speakers, could we open the vote, please?
Cherneslin in favor.
Shan against.
Trustee Wong?
Wong in favor.
Thank you. And that carries. Next item on the agenda is our staff reports. And so we're at item number 6, and 6.1 is contract awards operations. Who's speaking to this? Senior Manager Ferris. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. On this evening's contract awards report operations, we have one item in Appendix A that is there for the committee's information. We have no items on Appendix B requiring committee approval, and we have 2 items on Appendix C that will require board approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about these 3 items this evening.
Do we have any questions on, sorry, item 6.1? Seeing none, could we open the vote, please? Oh, yes, I do. That would help. Trustee Laskin and Trustee Cherneslin.
Shan in favor.
Cherneslin in favor.
Wong in favor.
Yeah, in favor. It's just not up.
And that carries. Next, item 6.2, contract award facilities. Again, Mr. Ferris.
Thank you again, and through you, Madam Chair. On this evening's contract awards facilities report, we have a fairly large Appendix A with 52 items there for information for the committee. We have 11 items on Appendix B that will require committee approval this evening, and Appendix C has 16 items that will require board approval. And as always, myself and Executive Officer Pichetti are here to respond to any questions the committee may have.
Oh, I have Trustee McLean and Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have a question with regards to item number 50, with regards to work being done at Scarlet Heights. As we're in the process of selling Scarlet Heights, and their use for it is undetermined at this point, how much benefit is there to us spending money on something that may get knocked down?
Executive Officer Pachetti. Thank you. And through the chair, I'm wondering if we could ask Senior Manager Tarakanov to respond to that question if he's online.
Thank you, Executive Officer Puccetti. That work at Scarlet Heights was to remove the asbestos-containing materials after the flood, and that flood made them unstable. So there was a need to remove the materials in order to any staff to enter the building. It's the requirement of the environmental legislation in this case.
Thank you.
Next, Trustee Laskin.
Just through you, Madam Chair, just a general question to staff. Last year, we were having a lot of trouble securing timely work because of during the pandemic, after the pandemic, there was real supply chain issues. There were real issues with available workers. I'm just wondering if we are running into that same issue now and if it's still affecting timelines for completion of projects. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would say, yes, we are still encountering some challenges with lead time delivery on materials, but I'm going to ask Senior Manager Jatin Amin if he can respond to your question, since he has more day-to-day overview of the kinds of the work that's happening through renewal.
Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Executive Officer Pachetti. Yes, we are still experiencing issues in terms of the delivery of material and lead times. It seems that during the course of the pandemic, many suppliers experienced losses due to having large inventories and warehousing. And I think there was a kind of a change in business practices for a lot of suppliers where you're getting a lot more of manufacturing on demand and a minimal warehousing of material to reduce their risk of having stock just sitting on shelves. Labor shortages kind of vary depending on which trade you're looking at. But our biggest challenge right now is getting equipment deliveries. A lot of the mechanical equipment in the past would vary anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks, maybe 20 weeks at most. A lot of those has bumped up to almost to 8 months to a year in terms of large equipment for, like, say, boilers or air handling units. So that's where we're facing our largest challenge. So we're trying to get designs done earlier, tender them in the early part of the year, like from September to November, so that we can have the equipment coming in from the following summer to do the work.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I was just wondering, it doesn't need to be provided tonight, but items 37 and 51 all had various schools, one for Wi-Fi access points and one for safe roof access. I was just curious if trustees could get a list of the schools sometime in the future. Thank you.
I'm seeing head nodding, so I think that's a yes.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a curiosity question around items 43 and 44, which I may have just answered by having a closer read myself, but I'm going to ask for staff to just verify. I was looking at the design and renewal work at Runnymede and Annette that look like they're comparable work in the description, but have a $75,000 cost difference. But I'm just noticing the difference right now with the integrated PA, and I'm wondering if that's what accounts for that difference. And if not, just what would account for the differences in what otherwise looks like identical work.
Thank you, and through the chair. There are a variety of factors that may result in the costs being different. Every school is unique in terms of its design, the number of speakers per classroom, and all of that would influence a difference in the cost. But I will turn it to Senior Manager Jatin Amin and see if there's anything specific to these two projects that I'm not aware of that he may have info on.
Thank you, Executive Officer Pichetti. To echo what you just said, the number of devices that are in the building can impact it. Also, if there's any, how much hazardous material has to be, like in these cases, potentially asbestos that may need to be abated to do the work, depending on the age of the school and how much abatement had been done over the years, that can increase the cost for a particular project over another school.
Thank you, that's helpful to know. So despite the outcome being the same, just the nature of the work to get there might be different and have different costs is what I'm hearing. So thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all through the chair.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair. I just wondered, for item 37, how were schools chosen for that?
Thank you. Through the chair, these Wi-Fi upgrade projects are being managed and the schools were selected by information technology. I don't know whether Executive Officer Peter Singh is on the line. He might be able to provide some more information. If not, we can certainly send the trustee some information.
Do we have Mr. Singh on the line? No, I don't believe he's here.
Okay, thanks. Through the chair, that would be okay to provide at maybe at the same time that you provide the list of schools with for Trustee Earhart that Trustee Earhart has requested. If that would be okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, could I get a mover and a seconder for this item? Maybe somebody online?
I can do it. Secure, Trustel.
Sorry, we have Trustee Shan and Trustee Patel. And could we open the vote, please?
Shan in favor.
Chernis Lynn in favor.
Thank you, that carries. Next item on the agenda is 6.3, Design Consultant Contract Award, addition and renovations at Elizabeth Simcoe Public School. And who's taking this?
I will ask Executive Officer Pichetti to speak to this, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, this report is recommending the engagement of the architectural firm Bertolotto Design Architect for a fixed fee of $373,000 to undertake the design at Elizabeth Simcoe, which includes a double gym addition, interior renovations, retrofitting the existing gym into 2 classrooms, and changing the second floor open layout into the closed classrooms. So the proposed addition and renovations will support the expansion of the school to JK to grade 8. And the utilization rate for this school is relatively stable for the next 10 years. The report speaks to the process of how this project was approved. First for capital priorities funding, when the funding was received, and how much funding was received. So 2.5 million was received in capital priorities funding, and staff submitted the facility space template, which is the first step in the process once we have received the capital priorities funding. And we can then, once we receive ministry approval, can go out and engage a consultant. The report speaks to the process. 6 firms responded to the RFP. The evaluation process consisted of 5 criteria. The highest scoring proponent was invited to an interview, evaluated by the evaluation committee, and observed by purchasing, the superintendent of education, the school principal, and the trustee was also invited as an observer to this interview. Now, we note in this report, because this does involve interior renovations, there may be other projects that are necessary, and some of that work would be undertaken in this contract, funded through school condition improvement grant. Once the report is approved, staff will initiate the first meeting with the school community. We'd like to do that before the end of June. And that's how we begin the design consultation process. And the local trustee is invited to that meeting along with key members of the school community. And I'm joined online with Manager of Community Consultation and Project Development, Prathula Prosen. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions from trustees? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a seconder for this item?
Can move, Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Chair Noslin. And could we open the vote, please?
Shani,
Yep.
Sorry, in favor.
And that carries. The next item on our agenda is 6.4. Replacement of existing security camera systems.
Through the chair, I would turn it to Executive Superintendent Sparopoulos, please.
The report that you have before you this evening, Madam Chair, deals with the replacement of existing security camera systems in Toronto District School Board. As you may recall, this work is also included in the action plan connected to the collaborative approach to safe school and community safety, which the board received in December of 2022. Madam Chair, currently our board is facing challenges at many sites which are dealing with outdated equipment, which in some cases is no longer functioning and cannot be repaired. In response and with urgency, staff from a cross-section of board departments have been working together to address this issue. And after experiencing considerable delays over the past couple of years, we have now completed the final phase of the procurement process. This process involved the installation and operation of video equipment from the highest scoring vendor at 2 pilot schools. Madam Chair, staff have reviewed the work and we are satisfied with the results of what we call the proof of concept installation at these 2 schools. As you can see in this report, the next steps include the creation of a school selection committee being established to determine the order of installation based on the criteria outlined in the report. Madam Chair, in order to avoid any further delays and to move this forward this work forward with urgency. As I stated previously, we have worked within all our available parameters to make an initial purchase of cameras to begin installation in a small number of schools this spring and summer. In addition to avoiding any additional delays, this work will allow us to gather even more learnings and thus be more effective as we proceed through the additional steps of the installation. Madam Chair, the board can expect to receive a report in the fall to update you on the progress that has been made over the course of the spring and summer months. The funding for this initial phase of the work, Madam Chair, has come from the School Condition Improvement Grant. And before I turn it over to you, Madam Chair, for questions, I would like to ask Associate Director Zucker as well as Executive Officer Pacetti if they have anything more to add. Before I do that, I just want to say that they have been an absolute dynamic duo in pushing through many levels of red tape to get us here tonight, and I'm very grateful to them for their work. And again, I turn it over to them for any comments they may have before we take questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we have questions from Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just trying to figure out if I understand this. So right now we have 5,200 cameras in use in 287 schools and 7 sites. But they will no longer be functioning at some point. Is that correct? That's my first question.
Through the chair, at this point, we are working to failure. To add a little bit more detail, I think it's important that we hear from a person who has been involved in this process for many years before his retirement, and retired centrally assigned principal Libra has been a critical voice in this conversation going back when it was initiated before his retirement. And in order to make our work as efficient as possible, we asked him to come back to see this process through to its completion. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Libra.
Maybe let me just tell you the other few questions in this train of
Thank you.
thought, so when he speaks, he could possibly answer them. I'd like to understand how many of those 5,200 are currently functional. Then I'd like to understand if we're only replacing in 6 sites of 287, and we have 563, the timeline, the expected timeline for when all our schools might have, or maybe I should correct that, all our schools who request them should have that. So then of 287 that currently have them, I'd like to know how many other schools have requested them, but nothing could be done because we didn't have a supplier. So now that we have a supplier, as I understand it, we're putting them in 6 so we can monitor. So when we roll out more quantities of that, it will go smoother. But how long will that rollout take in those that currently have them? And then how many are waiting there? And do those that wait there, do they have to wait until the 287 who currently have them get them? Or will there be some sort of priority based upon an analysis from Caring and Safe who needs them first? So that's kind of my bundled thought. So I thought I'd like to say that all at once. So when you formulate your answer, and I really do appreciate you coming back to help us with this. Thank you, Ted. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I may need you to just remind me of some of those points as we work our way through this. So first of all, the 6 schools that we're going to work through this summer are learnings for us, and we'll continue to do that. In the board report, you will see a broken down selection criteria that we will apply to existing schools who have current systems that want, and as for the replacement of those systems. Do trustees have the board report?
Page 47.
Page?
Page 40.
Page 47 of your
Through the
report.
chair, it's page 47. The selection criteria are on page 47.
Yeah. So that will be the analysis that we'll work through. That will be a group from Caring and Safe Schools, IT, and Facility Services that will work through that criteria and do that ranking of schools. There are currently 50 other schools that are either looking for a complete camera system or additional cameras to complement their existing camera system, and they'll be taken into account according to that same selection criteria. We need to work through these schools, these current 6 schools, for our learning, as I indicated earlier. We anticipate the complete project to take between 4 to 5 years. And while that sounds like a long time, there is considerable work, and Executive Officer Pacetti alluded to it in a former question. There is considerable work to be done in every site. And every site, I'll just remind trustees, is completely different and built in a different era. As an example, we have hit walls that are feet thick, that the TDSB has had to construct our own drill bits to be able to cable through those walls, that kind of thing. There are asbestos challenges as well as other facility challenges, additions, new builds, et cetera, that create complexities in that installation process. We do anticipate, though, with every installation, we learn and get better in that process.
A follow-up? Will there be communication to communities, assuming this passes tonight and goes to board? Will there be a communication to all schools as part of a Safe and Caring update about this initiative and how it is the goal of the TDSB to do this work? That's my first question, because I know I have schools waiting and have been waiting for years about, and the answer to the community is we're waiting for a new supplier, we're waiting for a new supplier. So that's my first one. My second one is, given the fact that there has been some focus on the issue of safety in our schools and some money provided by the province, have we asked the province for funding for this particular issue? Separate and apart from human resources, I'm talking about the infrastructure to keep our schools safe. So that those are 2 parts, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. And through the chair, the trustee is absolutely bang on with respect to schools needing and wanting more information. And in response to that, because literally on every school visit that we get related to Caring and Safe Schools, the issue of cameras comes up. We tried to get ahead of that a number of weeks ago, where we sent the first communication to principals, updating them on everything that had happened to this point, including the installation at the pilot schools and all the information that you are receiving this evening. So they have that information, and we have remained committed, working with TSAA to make sure that principals are informed in a timely manner of what is happening with the rollout and what the sequencing will be. After this meeting, they will receive further information related to the criteria. And of course, as we said in the package that was prepared for the meeting, they will be involved in conversations with Caring and School staff with respect to next steps. For the money question, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Executive Officer Pacetti.
Thank you. And when we approached the ministry about funding for this, the ministry pointed out that that is in fact what the School Condition Improvement Grant is for. It is to replace aging, obsolete systems in schools, no different than our PA systems or our fire alarm systems. And, you know, the funding is there. The funding has been provided. I don't know whether Associate Director Zucker has anything else she would want to add to that conversation in the many conversations we've had with the ministry about this.
Thank you very much through the chair, and certainly thank Associate Director Zucker as well as Executive Officer Pachetti for their work with the ministry to advance the installation of new security systems. It should be noted on behalf of the chair and myself that in our meeting with the minister earlier this year, a specific request was made for an additional investment to be able to expedite the installation of new security cameras.
If I may, just to touch on the earlier part of the trustee's question and through the chair, I spoke about communication with our internal communities. I think it's really important to note that we've communicated that out as part of newsletters and information to parents externally as well, related to our ongoing investments with respect to this technology to ensure that parents have been kept up to speed as well as our principals internally. So I thought it was important to note that as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, 2 follow-ups then. Thank you for that, because communication to principals is wonderful, but if it doesn't get to the parents and caregivers, it fails. So I'm glad there was direction to go through school councils and make sure that parents and caregivers were informed about what was happening. I think that's critically important about all school condition index funding that goes to specific schools, that they need to be informed of that. My question on the director, thank you to the chair and Madam Director for raising the issue. You did not respond about how that, if there was an answer to your request. So I'm asking through you, Madam Chair, if in fact the ask was made, thank you for doing that, was there a response?
Through the chair, as I believe staff have communicated to you and is reflected in the report before the Planning and Priorities Committee on Thursday, additional funding was provided to the board for community partnerships and a modest augmentation of focus on youth. There was no additional funding for security cameras.
Thank you very much. So I'll wait till Wednesday's meeting and perhaps there'll be a business arising motion. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know much question. I just have one question. I'd just like to know that the total cost of per camera is $1,782. Can I get some more details? How much will be the mounting cost? What is the software cost? And what is the licensing fees?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Trustee. We are still working through installation costs. I will tell you that the price you see on the screen is a hardware price along with a 7-year license that includes cloud-based storage and a mounting bracket, should a mounting bracket be required. And a mounting bracket's not required in every installation, but it is factored in to that per camera price at this point. The 6 schools, as I described earlier, learnings that we will do, some of the learnings that we need to take away from this will be installation, how to streamline installation and best use resources so that we can provide in the fall, trustees, a second report related to this work where we anticipate being able to provide you with an estimated cost for installation, an estimated per camera cost per installation. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question. Did I hear correctly? This is only a hardware and licensing fees cost? There's no installation cost in 1,782?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what was stated.
That, through the chair, that's correct. Through the chair, hardware, software, licensing fee, installation bracket if required. It's part of the 1782 per camera.
Great. Thank you for the clarification, Jim. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for me right now.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks for all the great work. And I know I've got a number of schools that have got their hands up looking, to be on your list, and I think they'll be encouraged. The 4 to 5 years may not be that encouraging, but Rome wasn't built in a day, and we've got a lot of buildings. And something that you shared, which was a little concerning to me. So I was and I'm not right up front that I'm not a building guy, but I want to understand or confirm, I guess, my understanding as it pertains to asbestos. Given the age of our buildings, we have asbestos. We know if it's sealed, we can leave it be, but if we access it, then it becomes a problem. We have to deal with it. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
So the example that was given earlier with the wall that's a foot thick and we run a cable through and we open it, do we have a good understanding of where the asbestos exists in our buildings so that instead of actually penetrating, it might be on the surface a little more expensive to mount it a different way or to rewire it a different way, but it's actually cheaper because the straight line's going to, create this dealing with the asbestos hole, and then that's going to open up a kettle of fish that's going to cost us more money in the long term. So do we know where it is so that we can avoid it, so that we're not kind of incurring additional costs that might be avoided?
Through the chair, Trustee McLean, I'd say that is pretty much what we do with every project, whether it is cameras or PAs or fire alarms or lighting updates. We do find out where the asbestos is, even if we have to do more investigation, because to your point, sometimes you have to go behind the wall to see what's happening. But that is part of our due diligence. It's what we include in every scope of work to have an understanding what the abatement costs will be. There are some things that we can do that might help mitigate that in that we are looking in most cases, but again, this may change school to school, to replacing the cameras that are in the current location. And that might help reduce the asbestos abatement costs because that was already dealt with all those years ago when the first cameras were installed. But we do that assessment for every single project.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just to follow up on Trustee Patel's question, what portion of the 1782 in our estimate is actually the hardware itself?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Trustee Lee. Yeah, we can provide you the exact breakdown. I used an estimated cost of let me back up, Trustee Lee. The provider has provided us with 7 camera options. They do different things. They have different storage capabilities. They have different lenses that allow us to see different distances. They have different sharpness to the system. The range of those cameras is from about $650, if memory serves me, to $1,500 per camera. When I arrived at 1782, I took a high-low average of those cameras. I do believe that the camera we will use most often is about $1,000 camera, which is right bang on the estimate, right? A 7-year license is just under $600, and a mounting bracket was about $100.
Thank you very much for that information. And through you, Madam Chair, there are commercial grade cameras on the market where you can spend $1,000 and buy 6 of them plus receiver. I know they're different quality, but can I just get an understanding on what criterias were used to pick these particular cameras, and what are the features that are required for them to be at a cost of $1,000 per camera?
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The RFP process was an extensive process, and even leading into the process, there were staff from Caring and Safe Schools, security, facilities, and IT involved in creating that RFP. So to your point, Trustee Lee, there's a 47 set criteria, 47 points that we were looking for from any vendor. We had just under 30 vendors apply to the RFP, and we used that 47 set criteria to bring it down to the vendor we have brought to you this evening. Those criteria, and I want to keep in mind for trustees that everybody who consulted on that RFP process will bring their expertise and will bring their concerns. From a Caring and Safe Schools perspective, one of our primary concerns was that of privacy, and that the software that accompanies the hardware helps us with privacy in ways that would allow us to create audit trails. So we are able to know who viewed a camera. So first of all, let me back up. We're able to say who can view a camera and control that centrally. We're able to say, we're then able to create audit trails to say who viewed it, when they viewed it, for how long they viewed it, what camera they viewed, what images they captured, those kind of things. There are other pieces of information. There is some infrared technology attached to that so that night images are crisp. The cameras range from 1080p to 4K in their resolution capabilities, which allow us to use like a 4K camera in a long hallway and capture a greater distance down that hallway than we previously have ever been able to do. There's a 360 camera option, a 360-degree camera option that looks from the top down, that allows us in tighter spaces that may have required 2 or 3 cameras to cover that space, to cover that space with one camera. The software that accompanies that 360-degree camera will allow us to do things like a head count and send an alert to a principal to say X number of students have amassed in this hallway where this camera is installed. So I appreciate the question and what you're asking, Trustee Lee, but this commercial grade camera that comes with warranty, that comes with cloud-based storage, that has software that I should say the company is willing to work with us on. Should we see a need down the road for the software to vary, they will work with us and see if that software can be manipulated through code to meet our needs in the future. So while it sounds like an expensive prospect, there is quite a bit built into these cameras that are going to give us, at least a decade, if not longer, worth of use. And I will say this, Trustee Lee, our current cameras, the cost of our current camera system isn't much different per camera than, like for the hardware and the accompanying NVR, et cetera, that may run that, than what we're quoting you in this quote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for the answering through, Madam Chair. I appreciate the details and explanation, but I'm still stuck on my question. I know you had mentioned many things on proprietary software, which I understand, but you had quoted $1,000 per hardware, and the software is up to $600. So is this software that we're buying only compatible with this one single type of camera? And appreciate the details that went in, but I kind of just want to understand what is actually driving the cost on average, right? You mentioned 360 cameras, you mentioned 4K cameras, but not every one of them are those specialty cameras. So what is driving the average cost up to $1,000 per camera? And why does software have to do with the cost of hardware? This one, unless it is proprietary.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you. The software is proprietary to the company. So
with the camera, though, sorry, just the specific, just to be more specific on the answer, are these cameras only usable with this one software? And is this the software that's the only one that we need, that we can use?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, this is proprietary software that runs this camera, that works with this particular camera through this company.
So the software that the IBM company makes doesn't work with any other camera on the market.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct, in this instance.
Sorry, can you, through you, Madam Chair, can I just understand a bit more on what in this instance means?
For this system that we've brought forward, I've not asked this question of IBM, and I can, but this software runs this particular camera system.
Okay, and through Madam Chair, so Executive Superintendent, when you say you haven't asked this question, what does that mean?
Sorry, Trustee Lee, can you repeat that?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I don't have a voice today, so I don't speak clearly. But when the Executive Superintendent says he hasn't asked a question, what does that mean?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm having trouble hearing in this venue, sorry.
You said you hadn't asked the question of the vendor about whether the software only runs these cameras or if these cameras are only
I can, through you, Madam Chair, thank you, I understand now, I apologize, Trustee Lee. I can ask that question. My understanding is that this software goes with this particular camera. They work together and with no other camera.
And we are, through you, Madam Chair, we are 100% sure that this is the case, knowing that this is not actually industry norm.
Through you, Madam Chair, let me try and assist with this. My understanding is that as part of the RFP, there was a camera system that was put out for proposals and a software system that would work with it. The software system is proprietary. So when vendors came back and gave us information related to their proposal, those things fit together. There wasn't a point in time in the RFP process when we asked folks to separate it out. We asked for these bids, and the information we received was for an entire package. And that's what the decision was based upon. So Cisco Meraki is the manufacturer of the camera. Working with IBM Management Solutions, the proprietary software came together to make this proposal to us, which integrated the software as well as the hardware, as did other proposals, and this is the one that was landed on, based on the selection criteria.
Thank you. That's a really good explanation. Now I understand. I guess my question is, is our staff members 100% confident that the requirements for all the cameras that's driving the average cost up to $1,000 per camera, the right requirement, and that we absolutely need to spend this much? And all I'm saying is because we have 500 schools, over 500 schools, and we're not covering even half of it with this initiative. So if we can drive down the average cost per camera, we can use the same funding to fund more cameras in more schools. So I just want staff to give me like an understanding that the requirement that we put forth in the RFP is the minimum requirements required to satisfactorily or to adequately cover our schools.
So we believe, based on the RFP and the submissions, but most importantly, based on the very small sample of work that we have done so far at 2 schools, because it was important for us not to just look at this work on paper through the chair to be able to make a determination. We needed to see it in real life and in real time, and we've done that. We've done that at 2 different places. It works brilliantly. We're excited about the prospects of taking the next steps, which will take us to 6 schools, to learn from that, especially with respect to insulation, and then spread it out to our entire system, knowing that based on our RFP process, we got the best value for our money, and we got the best equipment for our schools to be able to use, so that in this instance, with respect to cameras, they can be safer and more secure for everyone who walks into them.
Thank you. And 3 last questions through Madam Chair. If we expanded this program to all 500 schools based on the rates per camera cost per school in our test, how much would that be in total?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. 500, so currently there are just under 300 schools with another 50 waiting for, like I said, either an addition or a new system. We don't have 500 schools. What I can tell you is that number is close to 6,000 cameras. If we rolled it out, the number is $10.9 million for the hardware, software, mounting bracket, licensing. Installation still comes back to the Toronto District School Board to work through that process and land on that cost.
Sorry, when we say we don't have 500 schools, what does that mean? I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding.
Yeah. Currently, trustee, through you, Madam Chair, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. Currently, there are 300 schools using camera systems.
Okay.
That's 5,200 cameras. There are another 50 or so schools in queue waiting for approximately another 600 to 800 cameras. If we use that number, 6,000 cameras, that does not include 585 schools because 585 schools do not currently have a system, and systems will vary school to school. Some schools will have a smaller number of cameras, will have a need for a smaller number of cameras. Some schools will have a need for a larger number of cameras. But if we use the 6,000 cameras, we arrive at that price of $10.9 million.
And through the chair, to add on to what Mr. Lieber said, and I think what the trustees' questions may have been is we haven't extrapolated it out to get to 583. What we've done is that we know the schools that have cameras at present. We know the schools that have asked for cameras, and that is what we have based our estimates upon at this point in time.
Thank you very much. And through you, Madam Chair, it'll be great if the committee can have a list of those schools that are either asking for cameras or having cameras right now. We really appreciate it. Thank you. So,
Just and I think it's important to note through the chair, just in summary, that the selected vendor absolutely had the best pricing point. I think it's important to know that. I don't want anybody to make any assumptions that there was a different sort of criteria. The selected vendor had the lowest pricing point that was part of our process.
thank you.
Thank you, and Trustee DeVries.
Thank you, and through the chair, through staff, and that's actually a perfect segue to my question. As I'm hearing the questions, I understand the complexity of trying to negotiate this through an RFP, but my question is to the second phase, right? Large vendors have a tendency to provide good bids on RFPs in order to secure long-term contracts, and this is what I think we're looking at. We're looking at multiple years of guaranteed sole contracts. Is there anything in the proposed agreement, contractual agreement with the vendor that would prevent them from raising the price? Have we secured a price point as we move forward on this? Because if we commit to them on something that's proprietary, we're going to have a really difficult time later trying to develop a better price point.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. First of all, thank you, Trustee, for acknowledging the complexity of this project. It is a project unlike any I've ever been involved in. And I can tell you that we have had those very conversations with this vendor, and we have raised that issue. It's nice in the RFP. Where does it look from down the road? So there are a couple of options here. So first of all, over 4 to 5 years, as I pointed out earlier, camera pricing, licensing pricing may change over that time. There are many factors that impact that. The vendor has offered us, when we are ready to finalize and have an agreement, the vendor has offered us the opportunity to enter into an enterprise agreement for the licensing and software, which would, for, I believe it's a 5-year, it is a 5-year period, secure the licensing and software at a price for us. So we would be able to purchase, I think today's price is $625, I think, for a 7-year license. If we were able to enter into that enterprise agreement, then we could secure the licensing and software at $625. The hardware is the hardware. It's being built live in the world as we go day to day. So it's harder for them to do that. They do understand, though, that we are looking for the best price that they can possibly provide to us, and have demonstrated, to your point though, through the RFP process, that they will do that. What they have guaranteed us and will guarantee in a contract is the MSRP, the manufacturer suggested retail price, may be this. What they are prepared to guarantee us is the discount we will get off the MSRP. And I forget that factor off the top of my head, trustee, but it is somewhere over 40%, I believe, but I don't want to be quoted on that tonight without having that conversation again. But they are prepared to guarantee the discount off the MSRP for us over the length of the contract.
Thank you. That actually answers a lot of the thoughts I had as I was listening to some of the other questions. And then in regards to installation, are they doing the installation, or is there our staff doing the physical installation?
Thank you, through the chair. So we will have in-house doing some of the installation. However, with the volume of work, we recognize we need to get more people doing this installation. So we will seek external contractors who can do the work through our pre-qualified register. We'll tender out the work, and you will see periodically award reports coming in, the contract awards of that work. But we're going to start with in-house because that will give us the opportunity to really understand the scope and the costs and the timelines before we go out to tender.
Thank you. And I would agree with that. Going out to consultants on this can explode the contracts really quickly. Thank you.
And Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Trustee Lee, for some questions, but I still need some clarification. Through you, Madam Chair, are there any other providers? Because I think it's a long-term project, and I'm assuming right now that there will be another RFP coming after this contract is over, or are we abide to Cisco and IBM for all the future projects too? So my question is there any another RFP coming in future, or are we done? This is a final deal with IBM.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your question, Trustee Patel. We do anticipate that the length of this contract will be 5 to 6 years, that will mirror what we believe our installation timelines are. I'd like to remind trustees and folks listening this evening that what we are purchasing is a system solution that we want to have with a vendor. Not every vendor had similar solutions. While, yes, they had a camera system, not every vendor met all the criteria in the way that this vendor met and matched, accompanied with pricing, with a price point that we found favorable. So I just want to remind folks that we are purchasing a camera system that can be used across the district and can be centrally controlled across the district. And when I say centrally controlled, I don't mean monitored. I mean permissions granted to principals based on set criteria, or those in schools that can view it based on set criteria, and we can manage that criteria centrally.
And to add to what Mr. Libra said to the chair, we anticipate that by the end of this agreement, all the cameras will have been installed, so we don't expect to have to go to an additional RFP at the end of this one.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I still want to make sure that this is only 6 schools out of 287 schools we are talking about. And what I heard today, that there are more schools to come. And that's where I'm heading towards, that in future, if we have to put more cameras, are we going to same IBM and Cisco partnership, or are we going to other providers? Or are there any other providers other than Cisco and IBM who can provide the same level of service?
Others bid Cisco Meraki, you're not tied.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. As I indicated earlier, and thank you for your question, Trustee, as I indicated earlier, there were just under 30 vendors There are other vendors who bid the same solution, the Cisco Meraki solution. So it is possible, trustee, that at the end of our installation process, at the end of, let's say, that 5-year period, that there could be another vendor that we work with who provides the same type of solution. It is also possible that we could continue on in our relationship with IBM as that provider as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I'd ask for a mover and seconder for this item. Trustee McLean. Trustee
Can move
Laskin.
it.
And could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Shan in favor.
In favor. And that carries. Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask for a recess till, what do we got? Oh my God, what time is it? Till 7:40? Yeah, so recess till 7:40 so people can go to the washroom, get some food, stretch their legs a bit, and then we'll come back to item 6.5. No, it is. Okay, so the next item on our agenda, welcome back, everyone. Next item on our agenda is the second quarter interim financial report, item 6.5. You speaking to this?
Thank you, and through the chair, I would turn it over to Executive Officer Snyder, please.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, other stakeholders, students, and staff. So tonight, I'd like to present the second quarter report, and it's basically, we do two things. We have 6 months of our operation completed as of the end of February, and we forecast to year end at that point in time. So this was done about a bit ago. We are seeing a slight erosion to our deficit, or increase in our deficit, about $800,000, and that's primarily due to higher supply costs than was forecasted. In the report, it outlines some assumptions and risks. The first one being around enrollment. While we are past March 31st now, at the point this report was created, and we're still planning departments working with schools to finalize their enrollment data to send it into the ministry. That is possible risk, as always, because March and October are the two count dates, and the information's there where we predict to be. The next one, of course, is supply costs. We still are tracking very carefully our supply costs, and we are, as I said a moment ago, are seeing some pressure in this area. And we'll continue to monitor it through the last couple of months, and we'll keep you updated if we see a change in that projection of supply cost. The last area of risk or concern is around our inflationary pressures. And as you heard in different areas tonight through the discussions, there is cost pressures on materials and supplies that we're still seeing, as well as challenges of the supply chain. So we are monitoring those costs and trying to adapt our budgets as best as possible to absorb those cost pressures. In the report, there are 3 appendices. I won't go through them in detail. The first one is a high-level PSAB report. It shows the financial position update. It shows a change in grants, and it shows a change in enrollment and staffing. The second report is a high-level summary of our grants and our revenues, and there's variances there explained in the bottom of that appendix. And Appendix C is a summary of our expenses, and again, it too shows any significant variances with explanations of what those are. And through you, Madam Chair, happy to take any questions from the committee.
Trustee Laskin, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think Executive Officer Snyder mentioned an increase to the deficit. Can you please let us know what the deficit currently stands at?
Yep, it is now currently sitting, I'm just going to go, oops, too far. Sort of lost it. Where's the ebook we are? No, sorry, just my computer went a little spastic on me. So we're currently sitting, come on, oops, at 41.2. Our previous forecast was 40.4.
I thought it was 61 point something.
That's for 23-24.
Oh, sorry, of course. So 41.2 as opposed to before it was 40.4 before. 40.4. Thank you very much.
Pass the chair. I just have one quick question about the independent study. Just to clarify, these are the students in secondary school taking the ministry's mandated online courses?
So we haven't finalized that enrollment yet. My understanding is that there are students and have been students always in e-learning. As I don't have the numbers for what we're at currently in e-learning. I'll have to get those, but we are forecasting for the independent study, which is part of the e-learning, a slight decrease down to 68 students. Versus our estimate was 27. So we are seeing an increase in independent study, but e-learning, I'll have to do some more research with planning on that.
Okay. So when we have a report on the e-learning, I assume that will come with the budget impacts for the budget impact.
So we will bring, as part of we'll do two things. When we do the financial statements at year end in November with the audit committee, we'll do a full enrollment report. Unless there's something significant happens to our enrollments between now and the end of the school year. And as you said, Chair, that when we do our budget, we'll bring you in part of the budget package will be the enrollments that generated the revenue, and we can make sure that we address e-learning as well.
Thank you. Just for my own recollection, this was the first year of the mandatory rollout, or the second?
This is the second year, I believe, of it. Third year is next year.
Thank you. And Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question to our staff members. So I'm looking at our latest latest estimates versus budget. It seems that we got around $90 million more in revenue versus the original budget. And we're spending almost $90 million more in cost as well. And out of that 90 million, 30 million are in school operations and maintenance. So that's 8 million in school operations and maintenance, 5.8 in school renewal, and 15.4 in other pupil accommodations. I'm doing this versus the original versus the revised estimates, which is a little bit lower than the budget. I'm not sure what happened there. Can I just get an understanding on what happened here?
Sure, just pulling that up 1 moment, please. So in the other pupil accommodation, the current year expense includes 10.6 related to the rebuild of Jones Avenue and York Memorial due to the fire damage. A majority of these expenses will be reimbursed through insurance and will be capitalized. At this point in time, they show in the report because we haven't got our insurance proceeds, and at year end, we capitalize all the renewal work that is capitalizable. So you're seeing a blip in these areas at this point in time because we haven't done all our capitalization routines for projects in both renewal and in the other people accommodation.
Okay, so what portion of that is actually capital? Out of that $673 million, what portion of that is capital?
So in the 673,000, the pupil renewal, the school operations and maintenance will not be capitalized. The renewal will be around $42 million when it's all said and done. That won't be there'll be some in there capitalized, but not the majority of it. The pupil accommodation will be mostly capitalized at that point in time. Okay,
so basically 30 million will be capitalized.
I would say yes, in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 million will be capitalized at year end.
When we did the budget, when we put 14 million on that line, when we did the budget, was that the intention for that just to be a placeholder until capitalized, or is that something else?
The other pupil accommodation, most of it is capitalized. I'll have to go back and do research into the 14 million, but I believe it is just projects that will be either capitalized or are major maintenance that we couldn't capitalize. But I can bring more detail through Trustee Weekly on the 14 million.
Yeah, the only reason why I ask is because if I take 30 million or even 40 out of that $3.5 billion expenditure number, we are no longer in deficit, right? We are in surplus. So that's actually quite important. I just want to understand that. And my other question for you, Madam Chair, is that $8.9 million increase versus a revised estimate on school operations and maintenance, and also the $5.8 million increase on school renewal. Like, what are those? What happened?
So through you, Madam Chair, I just would like to clarify something on the first comment the trustee made. Trustee Lee, in the numbers that you're looking here is on the expenditure side. When we have the funding through either SCI or renewal that gets capitalized, we defer the revenue as well. So if the expense goes down, the revenue will get deferred, because what under PSAB, modified PSAB that we're under, you recognize the revenue at the time you amortize the expense. So our amortization and our revenue from deferred capital contributions equal out, so there's no impact of amortization on the board's bottom line. So similarly, as we capitalize things in the three areas you asked about, we will defer the appropriate revenue with those. So the net change to the bottom line will be nothing as well.
Thank you for that. Just a quick follow-up question on that one. Then, have we recognized the potential insurance payout of the school rebuild yet on the revenue side?
No, we're still working through that with our insurers on the amounts. It's on a progress billing, but it's also on. There's discussions with insurers, as you're probably aware, that they may say something isn't covered under it because it was a betterment. It wasn't like for most insurance policies. It's like for like. So we are working with our insurer around what is covered by insurance versus what we put back in place at the two sites. But we anticipate about 10.9 of those two sites, what's in this report, will be covered by insurance when we finish the.
So there's a $10 million upside on our revenue then. So basically, we
will
can
get no
expect.
deferred revenue because it'll be amortized at the same time as the improvements are amortized.
Yeah, but what I guess what I'm saying is, yes, correct, but you have already amortized, you have already recognized the expense here, but you haven't recognized the other half of it. I know it's an in and out, but I don't think we recognize the in yet, right? Correct?
Yes, we have to recognize revenue still. So that'll be part of our year-end process. Whether we complete the work with our insurer, if no, we'll accrue the appropriate revenues on a future settlement.
Okay, so that makes me feel better too, because we'll be close to $3.5 billion in revenue. And just back to my other question, what happened to the first two lines on this, if you don't mind?
So school operations and maintenance, we've had utility prices index costs, both for electricity and then, as trustees may know from the past, we buy our gas in the futures market. We locked in the contracts at best prices we could, but it was above our projection. So most of that is the electricity and natural gas. There is some cost pressure as well on maintenance supplies in that number as well.
Sorry, couldn't find my unmute button. Is that for both lines through you, Madam Chair, or that's just one?
The school renewal, we had again to do our capitalization of what's part in the school renewal. We do anticipate a little bit of a cost pressure in school renewal for the fact of absenteeism of our trade staff, and that those costs will not be fully absorbed in the projects. But we're hoping to minimize that amount by year end.
Okay, so we're saying that 5.8 is probably not 5.8 then.
The 5 million I'm hoping is less than 5 million. The 8 million is likely going to be where we'll end the year for school operations and maintenance.
Thank you. And last question, I promised. We have $2.6 million higher on board administration. Can we just get an idea on what happened here too?
So on board administration, there is a note, and the note, I'll just go down to it. Oops, too fast. Oh man, go down this way. Sorry. Oops. My keyboard seems to be hyper. So board administration, the projected adjustment includes several vacancy factors that didn't become as vacant during the years we anticipated. So the cost for the administration vacancies did not materialize as we forecast.
Sorry, just not professional as you are, through Madam Chair. What does that mean?
So through the chair, and I'll just use arbitrary numbers for illustration. I don't have the FTEs. If we have 1,000 administrative staff, being purchasing, the finance department, employee services, et cetera, we do anticipate to have certain vacancies in the year where if someone retires, it takes 2 to 3 months to do the posting and find the appropriate candidate, and then to give notice wherever they may be working. There'll be resignations the same way. So in the year, we anticipate that there'll always be a little bit of gapping between the time a person resigns or quits or retires to the time it takes us to hire and fill that position. So in our forecast, we anticipated seeing more of that gapping happen, and there's been less, either the time to refill the position has taken less time than we anticipated, or there is less positions become vacant in the administration line than we anticipated in our forecasting.
Thank you very much. It sounds like a good news story from a management perspective, but I guess it shows up like this on the numbers. Appreciate it. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Seeing no further questions, could I get a mover and seconder for this item?
I can move it.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Patel, Trustee DeVitis? Trustee Patel and Trustee DeVitis?
Yes.
Can we open the vote, please?
And Cherneson in favor.
Trustee Shan? Shan? Trustee Shan, are you there? Yeah, mark him absent, please. And that carries. Next, item 6.6, special education and special education and inclusion service level data for 2022-23. Who's speaking to this item?
Thank you, and I will turn to Associate Director Sarisco to present this report. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, good evening, trustees. Before you is a report that was requested from the Special Education Advisory Committee. It is our pleasure to be presenting it to you. It is recommended that this service level data report be received by FBEC. SEAC has asked for a series of data points that are listed on the chart within the report with the intention of bringing information before the board and FBEC that really speaks to the service needs of students with special education needs as you are delivering and deliberating a balanced budget with the hope of underscoring the need for these students with a variety of exceptionalities. I want to express my gratitude to Superintendent Nandy Palmer and her team, who have not only pulled together the data that has been requested, but also where data is not available, making strides to collect data. An example is the number of modified days and exclusions students with special education needs experience, with the goal, obviously, of increasing their length of day and having them come to school full-time whenever possible through supports and careful planning. The data that has been collected, and also gratitude to Senior Manager David Cameron, underscores simply EQAO achievement levels. What you'll see is that the Toronto District School Board for all students exceeds primarily the data points for the province, but our students with special education needs are slightly below the provincial average. And there are boards that we have stronger performance for and boards that we have weaker performance for. It will be important for us to be thinking about that data and taking an inquiry stance as to the reasons why, wondering about the socioeconomic status of students, the use of training and application of assistive technology compared to other boards, specific interventions that might be in play, and the model of inclusion or congregated settings for students. Another important piece of information for you that I would want to share is that currently TDSB overspends the special education grant by approximately $67.5 million. But to be reiterating Associate Director Zucker's commentary that the SEG, or the Special Education Grant, is an incremental grant. That means that funding to be supporting all students comes from the vast majority of grants. The special education grant is meant to acknowledge for boards that students with special education needs do need specialized placements, supports. It is not intended to be the only source of funding for students with special education needs. It would be our pleasure to answer any questions that you have in regards to this data.
Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this information. I think data is really important to understand the students within our system and the needs. The exclusion data, where it was documented how the number of students with safety plans initiated and the number of students that aren't at school full-time. Can you tell me, is all of the staff generated, or is some of this parent caregiver requests with staff? So do you know what I mean?
I would appreciate a more clarification,
So-
Trustee Laskin.
So if a student, sorry, I'm finding the exact page. So if a student has a safety plan, is that safety plan, or is the origin of that safety plan with the teacher or the principal or the special needs assistant, or is it through a conversation with the parent or caregiver of the student when they enter the school, in terms of the kind of supports the student would need to function in I'm talking about an inclusive environment here, not necessarily a congregated site. I'd just like to try to understand that.
Okay.
Like these numbers here would be all staff generated or part of a conversation, or would we ever do a safety plan without the involvement of a parent or caregiver?
Thank you for the question. It's clear, and I will invite Superintendent Palmer to respond.
Thank you very much. Good evening. So all of our safety plans are developed in collaboration with families. So we never develop a safety plan in schools without consulting and getting input from families into a safety plan. In fact, just like with an IEP that has a parent consultation form, we have a safety plan parent consultation form as well. And it's beyond the form, of course. It's multiple conversations and meetings and so forth with the parents and input into the safety plan.
A follow-up. Would there ever be an instance where a teacher requested a student have a safety plan and a parent would not agree to that? What happens in those instances? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So in those instances, we do have a responsibility to provide safety not only for that student, but for other students and others in the building as well. So as much as possible, we do try to make it a collaborative process, but if the parent is in disagreement, we would have to go ahead anyway and create a plan for safety for that student and for other students.
Thank you. Another follow-up. In terms of the number of students on a modified day, again, is that determined by the administration at the school, or is that determined by the parent caregiver at the school, or is that also a determination of working together to support the needs of the student? Through you, Madam Chair, sorry.
Thank you. So again, it is a collaborative process, and we do work together with families to determine what that would look like, including how many days, is it a full day, a partial day, and also, most importantly, when the child can be returning, because that is our goal for students to be in schools full-time.
Thank you. A follow-up to that question. Is part of the reason why there's so many students on a modified day because we don't have the appropriate supports within the classroom? Through you, Madam Chair.
I'll start. Thank you, Superintendent Palmer. I think that would be not a fair characterization, Trustee Laskin. We have a duty to be supporting our students to the very best of our ability, and that includes, you'll remember our conversation about SIP funding. We have a duty to be accommodating a student, and sometimes an accommodation is a modified day. We would never want to reduce a student's day without having the understanding and the support of our families supporting that student at home. But it is our goal to be checking in with the progress of that student of extending their hours very regularly, every 2 weeks, to be asking ourselves what additional supports would help that student end longer.
Thank you very much. Then my last question is maybe slightly off topic, but today there was a lot of conversation publicly about an ETFO report on the number of violent instances, where they talked about 80% of staff members reporting violent incidents, and they said that increased 72%. And I'm wondering if staff will be providing a response from their perspective to the public on this information that also might speak to the Premier's comments, where I'm not sure if you were aware, but when this was made when he spoke to it, he spoke about basically a conversation about parents need to discipline their children at home in addition to them coming to school. I'm trying to not use the rhetoric that the Premier used, but I'm just wondering, I know as a trustee, I would appreciate a system response to that public messaging from both ETFO, because it implies that, and believe you me, I'm no expert in this, so I'm only, my knowledge is only what I'm reading. But I think it's incumbent upon us to provide another perspective on how we do support our staff in our schools. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Laskin. Trustee Laskin, I must admit, I did not hear that story today, so please trust me when I assure you that I will be reviewing it and listening to it. The first thing that I would want to say is safety is critically important for staff and students at all times. Not all safety incidents are generated from students with special education needs. This has been an important theme and concern from our federations that the province and the TDSB have been paying assiduous attention to. So much so that there are new protocols, there are reports that we must generate, there is an expectation of timing of our response, that we collect data, we engage in training. The work will be ongoing, and it will certainly be incumbent on us to be providing a response. So I thank you for alerting us, and we'll take that under advisement, and I'll speak to Director Russell Rollins on the appropriate way to respond.
Through you, Madam Chair, really appreciate it. And when you do have a response, as a trustee, I would very much appreciate being copied in on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have trustee Chernos-Lynn.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, I just want to make sure I understand it. So first, it's a question of clarification. The students who are on, with respect to the inquiry about the number of students on full or partial exclusion from school, like a reduced day that isn't due to therapy, we don't actually have the ability to determine, am I understanding it correctly, that our numbers just are about absenteeism as opposed to the reason why there's absenteeism?
Through the chair, I would invite Superintendent Palmer to talk about the work that she's engaged in.
Thank you. So it's been 1 month that we've started to collect this data across the district, and we do have information on why. And as an example, some students are on modified days because parents choose to take them, for example, for ABA therapy. So when we generate a report, and you know, we've literally built this from scratch for superintendents to follow up again with the goal of getting students back to school full time. The superintendents will get a report that says the reason for the student being on a modified day. But for the purposes of this report, in terms of how many students are on a modified day, we don't have that there, but we do have data on that, and we collect and disaggregate that data and provide superintendents with a report that they can follow up with their schools to, you know, to say, when is the student coming back? What supports can we put in place to ensure that they're back, and pieces like that. But some students will remain on a modified day because they have therapy outside of school, within the school hours outside of school.
Okay, and so with that in mind, and thank you very much for the explanation and the contextualization of all of that. With all that in mind, is the expectation that by next year we'll have a clearer understanding of that? Or is this just something that superintendents will look at and we won't necessarily hear about it?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Trustee Chernos-Lynn. It would be our pleasure to be reporting that. This is a very important piece of data. We're really pleased that SEAC has asked to see it. And the intention would be, I think it would flow through SEAC to the board. If the board was seeking another report, we're here to serve.
I think your approach sounds just fine. So my other question, and this kind of, that flows into this. The motion that spawned this report was one where SEAC was asking for data to be presented to the board. But how is this information being reported back to SEAC? Like, just so that we know.
Thank you, and through the chair. This report has been sent to SEAC proactively. We wanted to be sure that it was in their hands right away as soon as it was made public. Going forward, the data that SEAC is asking for really speaks to their positive intention to be keeping a pulse on the successes and the challenges of our students with special education needs. So we want to be collaborating with members of SEAC to be creating a year-long calendar where data will be fitting in month by month. And then more importantly, or equally importantly really, is to be creating goals for the year where we would be determining what data points would inform reports to SEAC that will eventually flow to the board.
Thank you very much. That collaborative approach sounds great. Thanks. That's it for me.
Okay, I'll pass the chair. Thank you. So I just have a couple of questions. Under the modified day, would this data include students on supervised alternative learning? Sorry, can you? Does the data on modified day for secondary students include students who are assigned to supervised alternative learning?
Thank you. Yes, this is for all 86 schools in the TDSB, including alternative schools.
No, not alternative schools, the SAL, supervised alternative learning. So we have
So we send the survey to the schools, every single school, and they have to fill it out for any student that's on a modified day. Sorry.
Thank you, and through you, I might be able to talk about SAL. I think that would be a point of clarification for administrators, that data is not what we're meaning with this data collection, because that is an approved connection to an alternative experience. So that student is on an excused absence, right, to be working at work and what have you. Oh, thank you. And Superintendent Palmer says they're not in this data.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because some of the students are at work and then an external program, but some of them are on a modified day structure as well as a work placement. So, sorry, I have to go to my next one. So I'm a bit confused by the numbers under the number of students whose absences are greater than 10 days. That the numbers in the different columns don't add up for me. So it's absences for all students is 89,000 and change. But then it's absences for students with no exceptionalities versus exceptionalities, and those are small numbers. So is the no exceptionalities students with IEPs who don't have an identified exceptionality? So it's 89,000, and then the breakdown looks like it's 11,000 and 6,000, which don't add up to 89,000. So I'm confused as to what the numbers are.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to you. Let us take that away for clarification, and we want to be providing a very exacting answer for you. We pulled this from our student information system.
Okay, great, yeah, because the 6,500 under students with exceptionalities, that one's clear, but the ones with no exceptionalities being such a small number, I'm not clear on who those, which students those represents.
If I were to guess, I think it's IEP only.
IEP, okay. Some of the issues or some of the things that SEAC asked for, which are not data we collect, I wonder if in a future report, these can be included in terms of our system expectations. So there's things I've asked, like the number of times that students are not allowed to join events due to understaffing. And I think that speaks to a global, like an operational, like what we expect our staff to do, as opposed to, in accommodating students and planning for excursions or events, as opposed to a straight numbered staffing issue. Like, I think understanding what we expect our principals to put in place in our schools would be helpful as well in terms of this report for some of those areas where we don't really have the data, but we have a system expectation. And my last one was, they asked about staff pulled for teacher absences. And I know this isn't going to be straight up, but we recently had a report on what our current fill rate is, or the range of fill rate. And I'm by no means implying that it's special education staff that would be pulled for fill rate, because sometimes I know it's principals and vice principals who end up covering those classes. But I think it's important to highlight that, to the ministry, if nobody else, that again, that fill rate means that somebody who's supposed to be doing a different job, like a vice principal serving the whole school, is supervising a class because of fill rate levels. So could I get a reminder of what our teacher fill rates are at right now? Or most recent estimate?
Through the chair, the fill rates are, the most recent ones were placed in Trustees Weekly. We trust that everyone was able to take a look at that. And just our commitment is that over the next month that we will provide those fill rates again so that you can sort of see over time. I hope that answers your question, Trustee, through the chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else on the list? Okay, thank you very much for this report. Seeing no other questions, could I get a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin? Oh, Trustee Chernos-Lynn? Could we open the vote, please?
Chernos-Lynn in favor.
Dan in favor.
Trustee Wong, how do you vote?
We still have one.
I think so. Trustee Wong? The marker absent? And that carries. Next on our agenda is item 6.7, Vice Principal Allocation 2023-24 update. And who's speaking to this?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll ask Executive Superintendent Lorraine Lynn to speak to this, please.
Thank you, Associate Director, and through the chair. Good evening. Before you is a recommendation, a report to trustees for an additional 8.0 secondary vice principal allocation for the 2023-24 school year. We recognize that trustees approved the allocation of 164.5 FTE, elementary vice principals, and 153 for secondary. And while the TDSB is currently at ministry benchmarks, after further review of the allocation, staff is bringing forward a recommendation to increase the number to better address student safety, engagement, and well-being in our schools. The additional allocations, if approved by the Board of Trustees, staff will then engage in deliberations around the location of these allocations through the local decision-making process at the system level in consultation with the system level executive superintendents. And this will be filled for the beginning of the 2024 school year. And I just want to thank you. And if you have any questions, we're certainly able to answer that. And there are a few of us here tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Laskin, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So to be clear, do not elementary students also need to be cared about in terms of their safety, mental health, well-being, and engagement? I found it interesting that this report didn't mention the addition of elementary VPs, especially since we found out after the vote that now you have to have over 500 base points to even get a 0.5 VP in elementary. It seems to me if we care about student safety, mental health, well-being, and engagement, and parent and caregiver engagement, how can one possibly function as a single administrator in a school of 500, or say 499 for semantics' sake, that would have well over 30 staff, well over, you know, even with single families, well over 700-800 elements of touch base with engagement, when in fact parent engagement is meant to be a pillar in our multi-year strategic plan. so is student safety, so is mental health and well-being. So my question is, not that I don't support the addition of secondary VPs, I found it just odd that the report only mentions secondary VPs and is silent on elementary VPs. So I'm wondering through you, Madam Chair, if staff can respond.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the focus of bringing this report to the board at this time was because we made a commitment to trustees and specifically to individual trustees that we would bring forward on this date our current thinking with regards to the VP allocation. We do not have a process or a formula in place at this time to address the needs as described by the trustee that would meet the needs across multiple schools outside of the budget process without making a significant financial investment. That is the reason that this report does not specifically address elementary VPs at this time. It is not because the issues described are not important ones that staff are contemplating. I would be remiss if I did not share with the board the role secondary vice principals play in promoting safety. They intervene where required. They are often caring adults in addition to other staff who are within the school. Principals, as well as TSAA, have outlined the myriad of ways in which they are an important part of school safety. And based on our data, we know that some of our most intensive needs are in our secondary schools. So I appreciate that this is a both and situation, not an or situation. The secondary VP allocation is before you this evening because of its direct connection to student safety and the minimal financial commitment that we would be asking the board to make at this time in the absence of a budget picture.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I remember reading from TSA say there are concerns about elementary VPs too. So I'm finding the distinction with the difference. I'm not quite understanding that. That being said, does staff have an intention to bring us back additional elementary VPs once they review the data? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we continue to have conversations about elementary VPs, and the number of elementary VPs that we may be able to put into the budget for your consideration. We are at a very difficult point in the budget, but we have not lost sight of the need for elementary vice principals.
Again, final follow-up. Why is this coming now then and not part of the budget process with the options?
Through the chair, as stated, staff made a specific commitment to trustees, individual trustees on this date to bring back a vice principal allocation. And so the allocation that we thought could be brought for consideration was the secondary vice principal allocation, knowing that elementary vice principals could be considered with the full option, budget options for 23-24.
Sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful, but your commitment to individual trustees was to bring back only secondary VPs today?
It was not. We did the best we could to honor our commitment.
I'll pass the chair. So I don't see it in this report. How did staff get to the number 8? If the schools haven't been identified. If there hasn't already been a discussion about school level needs for allocating focus supports, where does the number 8 come from?
Through the chair, the number that we came up to was for minimal impact on the budget based on the overall cost. It was also looked at to have a number that was divisive equally by learning centers. Should we in fact be looking at modeling according to that? So we wanted that to be a consideration as well as the financial impact.
If I may add, during the very difficult process that superintendents and executive superintendents engaged in as they assigned secondary vice principals, there were discussions about a range of school needs. Those discussions were documented, and it is also based on that data that the number 8 was derived.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. Trustee Hastings, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Trustee Laskin, go ahead again.
Was there anyone else on the list? Because I've already spoken.
Trustee McLean's on the list, but he would like to go last.
Thank you very much. Again, just to probe a little bit further, so principals were and superintendents were consulted, and then it came up with 8, and it came up with 8, so we could divide it by 4, and everybody gets 2? Is that the plan? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, maybe I'll start. I just want to make reference to the question about the number, that the means of applying this to schools, has not been determined yet. However, there was consideration about the number just around the possibility, whether we wanted to do it by learning center or by another assessment of need. So I just want to provide some clarity there. As it relates to the particular discussions that happen at the learning center level, as it relates to allocation, staff are continuing, as was mentioned, these discussions. And one of the things that they look at is where they could apply allocation and where they couldn't. So these conversations are very fluid and we're happening all the time. Through the chair.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that answer raised more questions than it answered for me.
Sure.
If this report is here because 8 additional secondary principals, vice principals are needed to provide safety in our schools, I don't understand. It doesn't seem to jive with saying that we haven't actually determined yet how 8 will be rolled out. Would it not make more sense that the conversation about the number needed to keep our secondary schools safe is determined, and then that is brought to us as opposed to this way? Because I'm not really understanding. We have asked in the past that an additional 2 per learning center be allocated, and then that is determined how it's allocated. But this time it seems you're bringing to us, we need 8 to keep our secondary schools safe, and yet you can't tell us how it's going to be rolled out. I'm not 100% sure I'm understanding that. Through you, Madam Chair. And I fully admit I could be missing something.
So thank you, and through the chair. I think that at the heart of this is a need. When we looked at secondary vice principals and we looked at the premise around safety, and we looked at some concerns that had taken place across our system, we've identified that the first priority is safety within schools, safety with respect to some school sites that may have had significant incidents that have transpired, and also the notion that we know that elementary, single administrator schools do need VPs. There's no doubt about that. But our first priority, based on some of the concerns that we have around budget and being fiscally reasonable and responsible, we wanted to make sure that safety needs to trump budget. And we have actually taken the step in order to try and address any safety concerns that we may have based on needs at schools.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, let me try again then. So you know where these 8 secondary VPs are going to be put in order to address the safety that you have said?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We have a variety of schools that we know are a priority, but we haven't identified which ones will be the 8. We have not gone there yet. Thank you.
Again, through you, Madam Chair, if we know the schools that are telling you they need additional VPs in order to keep students safe, what is that number? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, part of what has taken place is certainly at the secondary or elementary level, there are schools that have outlined that they ideally would like additional vice principal allocations. Part of what has to happen is what we've done is looked at where are some of the key areas that potentially would require vice principal allocations. We haven't finalized the actual number with respect, we haven't finalized the actual schools, but we believe based on the budget concerns that there are key areas that we want to look at and try and support. Thank you.
Through the chair, the list probably is 13 to 15. As we look at that list and hear a variety of pressures that schools are facing that led superintendents and executive superintendents to be bringing these needs to the table as part of the original process of allocating secondary VPs, that's the list that staff are referring to. We would need to do deeper introspection or reflection with those schools and analysis to confirm that the conditions that led to that identification still exist and are paired with our current data, such as the allocation and attendance of school-based safety monitors and the impact of other staffing. So that's the verification process that needs to occur before we can say, if you approve these 8, here's where they would go.
Okay, well, I'll try one more time. So is it possible that you need more than 8 to address the safety concerns that have been raised in our schools? And if that's the case, is that going to come back as part of the budget process? And given the fact that in the response to the question, Madam Director, you mentioned about other staff in the school. Part of this is the siloed effect of a school losing a VP, a clerical, an office, where the school-based safety monitor is, resource, to look at the collective of adults in the building that support the students. So is that part of another conversation? Or 8 is it, and some will make the cut and some won't make the cut, depending on the advocacy that's going to happen through Learning Center? And is it staff's intention to divide the 8, 2 per Learning Center? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the staff, I may need to be reminded of some of those points, so I apologize in advance. For secondary vice principals, we believe the 8 will meet the most urgent needs. You will recall a year ago, 2 years ago perhaps, when we thought we needed additional vice principals, we came back to the board and requested additional vice principal staffing. If we need additional vice principals to support student safety or other staff, I think I have a track record as your Director of Education in coming to the board to request it. I will do that. So this may be incremental. Let me address specifically elementary vice principals and the context that the trustee outlined, which was the fact that some of our schools may have lost a 0.5 clerical, a 0.5 VP, and a 0.5 EA. That analysis is being undertaken, and after we understand that analysis, we will be in a better position to analyze where we might need to augment staffing, and vice principals will be part of that consideration. To be entirely transparent with the board, we don't have a perfect VP allocation formula. We're wrestling with that. So I don't have an answer for you this evening, and I don't have a number for you this evening with regards to the allocation of vice principals. Coupled with that is, of course, the budget deficit. So that is why it's not before you for consideration this evening, not because we are not aware of the importance of all of our staff in our schools and the multiple impacts of reductions and how they may impact specific schools. We don't have a solution or a proposal to put forward this evening.
So if staff, through you, Madam Chair, if staff are looking at or relooking at a formula, and I understand there's no perfect formula, would staff consider, because we try to be transparent and accountable to parents who see the formula, or at least saw the February 2022 formula in a report, and yet my understanding is schools generate that, and yet it goes to the learning centers, and then it's up to the learning center superintendents to duke it out about who gets what, because there's never enough resources, and I get that. But would you consider a model by which schools actually did generate, and then there would be additional to augment when the imperfect formula didn't result in true needs-based assessment? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I think that the formula as described would make sense when we were spreading our resources across fewer schools, without significantly augmenting the number of vice principals, perhaps even beyond what we have in our schools now. I don't think the proposal put forward is feasible, but it's certainly where I hope we can get to in the future, and it is the reason we continue to look at the formula for allocation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we have Trustee Chernoslin. Oh, okay. So then we have Trustee McLean.
I certainly recognize the need for additional staff with regards to safety, and these aren't really even new positions. These aren't it sounds like an additional positions, but they're really just cutting the amount of cuts that we made. They're like, we're just reducing the damage here. However, as a member of the committee and as a trustee of the board, I've been uncomfortable with us spending money in a budget season that we know is going to be incredibly challenging. I would feel far more comfortable if we made informed choices so that we got to see what we're support at the, and what we're choosing at the expense of what we won't be able to fund. All things that we believe in, I suspect, all things given the choices that we would maintain. So I have a motion of referral that Ms. Joseph Dowers has, and I want to be clear, when I put this as part of the 23-24 budget process, it doesn't need to get to the very end until it's all tied up. All I need to see, or all I'm hoping that the committee and other trustees will see, is the draft budget that is presented, in which we will identify that which is being suggested that we can support, that which we're suggesting that we're going to have to consider doing without, the price tags that go with it, and then this could come back, and then we would be an informed choice of how we would be spending $1.1 million. But we have huge decisions in front of us. I strongly believe they should be informed choices.
Sorry. Oh, is that a motion? Sorry, can you make it bigger? I can't read that. I can't read from the angle. So, Trustee McLean,
Do you want me to read it?
you're moving that? You're moving something?
Sorry, yeah,
Do you have a seconder?
I'm moving that. I don't have a seconder in the pocket, so
Oh,
I'll have to depend on my colleagues to see if anyone wants to join my little
Oh.
excursion.
Seconded?
I would second. Thank you.
Okay. What, motion? Oh, there we go. Thank you. That the following, so the motion on the floor, that the following matter be referred to the 2023-24 budget process, that the allocation of an additional 8 full-time equivalent positions of secondary vice principals for the 2023-24 school year be approved. So this is being referred to the budget process, which I assume means, the May 23rd meeting? Or June 1st? I'm just clarifying dates for when.
Madam Chair?
Trustees in favor.
Okay, so the financial position would be updated on May 23rd. Trustee
Yeah,
Charleston?
so for my purposes, anytime after the 23rd, if staff wanted to bring it back, we would be informed, we would have it, we would know, and then this would be an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Siskandaraj, did you have a question about the motion on the floor?
No, it was to the previous. That's fine. It's not to this.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Charleston?
I just wondered if staff could comment on whether there's any concern about delaying this decision. Is there an impact that we're not aware of or something like that?
Through the chair, I'm just contemplating how to respond to the question, just for a moment. Through the chair, there are impacts of not making staffing decisions until June on all of our staff.
Okay, so just to clarify, this would be brought back as part of the information that we will have at the May 23rd meeting. Pardon me?
This would be part, yes, okay, go ahead.
So through the chair, May 23rd, which is next Tuesday, at that time, staff will be bringing forward an updated financial position. So trustees will be more aware of where we are with regards to our starting point for next year. In addition, at that time, staff will be bringing forward options to balance the budget on the 23rd, with continuation of that discussion moving to the 1st. When we bring forward the information on the 23rd, we can also look at if we were to add back what else, that would obviously impact our financial position, and we would have further to go to balance the budget. So I think we can have that discussion next week. If we know, if we're adding 8, that's, 4 million dollars, that would put our deficit at 1.4 million higher, which would then we'd have to make those 1.4 million more decisions to balance the budget. So I think we'll be in a position to discuss it next week, and the impact on, I think what we're hearing is that the sooner that we make a decision on staffing, the better for staff involved. And so I think we can have a more fulsome discussion next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. For clarification, to the mover, is your motion to delay this till the next meeting for us to make that decision, or for us to make a decision with the full package at the end of June?
Thank you, and through the chair, no, the next Tuesday works for me. I just want us to be able to see it, understand it, and then if we approve the 1.1 million, then it will be an informed choice, and we'll understand what it means. I think we've made a couple choices. We've spent some money not fully understanding the ramifications and the tough choices that are ahead. I think for the purpose of 8 days, I think informed choices is the better way to go.
Okay, and to staff, through the chair, would this motion then come back or this report would come back to us in its current form, or would it then sort of be swallowed up by the budget process? Would we be able to approve this next week if that's the case?
So through the chair, I think what you're asking, well, this report is being referred to the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So this report would be coming forward, I guess, for approval at the next meeting, unless there are any other information that comes forward this week that would impact the numbers that are being requested. Sorry, through the chair, I think if this is being referred to next week, then we would be looking at 8 FTEs next week for secondary.
Okay, that clarifies. Thanks, Remy. Thank you.
Oh, okay. If there's no further question, could we open the vote, please?
In favor.
Trustee Lee.
Sorry, Trustee Lee, could you repeat that?
In favor, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Shan? Yeah, mark him absent, please.
Wong in favor. My e-squad is not coming in.
Thank you. And that carries. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is item 6.8, aquatic instructor reductions, oral update. And who's speaking to this?
Thank you, and through the chair, I will start, and then I will pass it over to my colleagues. So as trustees know, On March 29th, staff proposed an allocation of 80 FTE for aquatic instruction staff. The number was determined based on the current number of aquatic instructors at the time of the report. So at the time of that report, there were 80 FTE employed by TDSB. That meant that there were 13 vacancies, or 3 that had not been allocated and 10 vacancies. Staff made the assumption that including 80 FTE in the budget would not result in a significant change in service. When staff began to implement the allocation, it was noted that even though the allocation is not changing from the current FTE, the allocation of the FTE needed to be revisited. And I'll give you an example of why. Right now, we have pools that are fully functioning pools that are open, but there are vacancies in the schools, and that means that no programming can be offered even though the pool is available. At the same time, we have pools that are closed for maintenance that have aquatic instructors that are employed at those schools that are not able to perform their duties. So even though there are limitations in the collective agreement that impact the ability of moving aquatic instructors, staff were able to work together to implement a model that allows programming to take place at all operating pools with the approved allocation of 80 FTE. So I will now turn it to Associate Director Audley Salmon to provide further information.
Thank you, and through the chair, joining me this evening will also be centrally assigned Principal Lisa Edwards, who has responsibility for academic pathway, health, and physical education and guidance. So she's been working out this particular pool situation. I believe she's online. Did the trustee, would you like me to continue? I'm not sure if.
No, I just put my hand up so they knew I wanted to ask a question. I'm sorry.
Please keep going.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, I think where I really want to start off is this. We as staff understand the importance that pools play in the lives of our students. It is something that we are committed to maintaining, and it's something that we expected to be able to continue at the level that was outlined. It wasn't our attempt in any way, shape, or form to mislead the board. And if there was a misunderstanding based on information that we provided, we certainly will apologize for that. Because we, like you, have been through the challenges that have taken place around pools over the last 20, 25 years in this board, and we know how important swimming as a basic skill is. I know for myself, certainly as a former superintendent and principal at a school where a student has passed away as a result of an incident around open water, this is a life skill, and it's a life skill that we are committed to. Part of what we have outlined, though, is that as we moved forward around the reduction from 93 to 80 aquatics instructors, the reality is that it wasn't possible for us to maintain the same level of service. And so staff endeavored to try and make a determination around how we provide as much service as we could to our students, to our families, and to our communities that would allow this essential skill to continue in the 67 pools across our system. Part of that modeling that we came up with was one that involved pairing at the elementary level for a total of 8 pools, and a sharing across the 39 that were at the secondary. There are a lot of other complications that came into play in this, and I'll give you one of them. One of the complications is that as the pools are closed for repairs, what do we do with the lifeguard that's there? In most cases, the aquatics instructors are integral to the actual school community. They do a lot of other things outside of being at the pool and providing lessons and instruction, and we know that.
They've become the fabric of so many school communities. And that is part of the reason why, as we devised a model in order to try and address this, we wanted to, as best as we could, maintain those particular lifeguards in those places or where they had been providing service. However, I'll give you a simple example. Secondary aquatics instructors get paid at a different rate than elementary aquatics instructors. Elementary are in fact get paid a little bit more. Secondly, when we look at aquatics instructors across the system, there's only a certain percentage that we can actually relocate in the event that a pool is actually closed for renovations or for maintenance. We did not have the ability to simply just take that particular aquatics instructor and move them to another pool. In order for us to be able to do that, what staff had to do was create a different designation, an unassigned aquatics instructor, and that was provided to you in the fact sheet. With those particular unassigned, and that was almost 1/3 that we were able to create this particular designation for, they would give us the flexibility in order to, when a pool is closed for maintenance, to be able to move them from school A to school B. And that was inherent in the model that we created, because part of what we wanted to do is continue the same level of service that had been in the past. That is our goal. So with the new model, what will it actually look like? At the elementary level, for 8 of the 26 elementary schools, they will be paired. 2 aquatics instructors would be assigned for both schools. Each school would have aquatics instructors every other week or some other configuration in order to, based on the local needs of that particular school, they would be pairing. At the secondary level, we have 12 of 39 schools would share multiple aquatics instructors. On average, each secondary school would have 2 weeks per semester where they wouldn't have no aquatics instruction. In those particular cases in a semester, which is effectively around a 4 to 5 month period, for 2 weeks, they would be no instruction. In those 2 weeks, what we're looking at is that when the students would engage in something like health activity within the programming. So part of what we were really trying to do was maintain as much a full level of servicing as we could, based on the decrease from 93 to 80. I'm going to ask the centrally assigned principal, Lisa Edwards, now to speak to how the particular sites were selected to be paired or shared. Lisa?
Thank you, Audley. So for the elementary schools, we use the criteria of first by learning center, school population, LOI, and availability of the pool. For the secondary schools, we use the learning center, school population, if they're not offering an aquatics focus course, or the number of health and phys ed sections. Also, LOI was noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. To conclude, part of what we will be doing, because we know that one of the things is that this particular situation is fluid. When pools are closed for maintenance, we are working with our facilities team in order to identify when are the scheduled actual closures or when are the closures that happen as a result of the lining being ripped or other things that take place in the pool. That information needs to be vetted or go to Lisa in her role, such that we have the ability to then utilize some of those aquatics instructor in order to dispatch them to other areas to keep more pools fully functional at the level that our communities expect. We also have made a commitment to the principals in these particular schools to engage in ongoing conversations and meeting with them on a regular basis so that they are also part of the process. And we know we've heard from principals, and they've outlined some of the concerns that we have heard from trustees about this particular process, and part of our commitment is to try as best as we can to address each and every one of those concerns moving forward. That's the information we wanted to be able to provide to you this evening. We are open and welcome any questions. Thank you.
So first on the list, we have trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the apology. It's appreciated. But I still don't understand why staff continued with implementing a model when in fact the board didn't vote for that model. Can you explain to me when you first realized that when the board voted on 80, that it would result in a reduction of programming, why trustees weren't informed, and some of us only found out through our local schools? Through you, Madam Chair, that's my first question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, through the chair. We recognize that communication to trustees about the change in service levels was not communicated in advance of implementation, and that shouldn't have happened. Throughout the budget process, where we are proposing reductions in staff or changes in models, it is based on the information that staff have been able to collect within a relatively short period of time, and we provide our best advice to trustees. We are not always able to predict what full implementation will look like or will result in schools. And this is, I think, particularly true during a period of tremendous change in staff, and the allocations have changed over time. Not this particular allocation, of course. So we should have come back and communicated that to trustees. We, in good faith, assumed that the model that we would be able to develop, including the work that we did with CUPE, I don't think we fully understood some of the nuances of how aquatics instructors were used at the local school level to fully appreciate the implications for the revised model that we are implementing now. So that is the reason that we did not come back to trustees. Had we known the significant implications, I think earlier we would have thought about how to potentially inform trustees and or work with you to make a different decision if necessary.
Thank you very much. So a follow-up question. Does staff feel they have the board's support to reduce school programming of swimming?
Through the chair, we recognize that the question was asked on the boardroom floor if this was a change to service in schools, and we said at the time, based on the information we had, that it was not. Again, I would say that we implement the decisions that have been made by the board, and that was a decision that had been made. We recognize in the discussion you did not have all the information because we did not have all the information.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. So now I'll just make a statement. So I did not vote to reduce swimming pool programming in elementary or secondary schools. I have been around for a few years where pools have been under threat, and each and every time this board has supported keeping pools operational, and because pools were operational, keeping program thriving in those pools. So the fact that I find out from one of my affected schools that their programming is being reduced, and only 1/3, I'll just speak to elementary right now, only 1/3 of those elementary schools has reduced programming. The other 2/3 are operating at the same way with full programming. Feels to me flies in the face of equity, frankly. And I think it bothers me that if I was going to publicly make that vote, I should have had the choice to publicly make that vote, that I was voting to reduce swimming programming, and I did not have that opportunity. That's my first point. I understand the implications of pools opening and closing. I have 3 that are closed right now in my ward. Staff is working very hard to get them open. I also understand what it means when schools can't be fully staffed, because I've had a fully operational pool where I haven't been able to have any lifeguards. So those kids have not had the swimming programming. So I understand the realities. I do not make any, I do not understand the collective agreement issues associated with this. I freely admit that. But I'm not sure that staff actually have a mandate to implement these reductions from my perspective. I know we voted on the reductions, but I'm really not clear that staff actually have the mandate to do it. And I know what my colleague will probably do, because he wants this as part of the bigger budget conversation, and I fully appreciate that. But I would actually like to move a motion, and I have provided it to staff. No problem. And it probably has to be bigger for Trustee Arts. But basically, my motion is that after the vote on reducing aquatics instructors, staff realized that the 80 aquatics instructors, that the swimming programs would indeed be reduced at 8 elementary and 12 secondary schools. And given the confirmation, this implementation of the reduction, from my perspective, I'm only speaking for myself, was not what the board intended through that vote, that the director be asked to pause the current program reduction implementation and add back the complement of aquatic instructors to ensure full programming for students in all schools with pools for 2023-2024. I understand this has budget implications, but in the same way that staff moved additional VPs, I'm moving to add back aquatics instructors. I think that if staff needs to fully examine the swim programs in our schools, the implications of our collective agreements, the implications of the maintenance required and the costs that are involved in that, the implications of our agreement with the city in terms of what pools they support through their funding and permit. It just seems to me that we've gone down a road that I, for one, want to be able to stand up in public and say, I voted for it or I didn't vote for it. And that's why I'm moving that, what I'm moving. I have no idea if I have a seconder or not. And I have no idea if these are implications that are doable or not. I await to hear from staff. I tried to provide this in advance, so I wouldn't be moving anything that procedurally wasn't appropriate. And now I'll stop now, Madam Chair, and hear from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, my main concern with this is that the third bullet, if we were asked to pause the current program and add back the complement of aquatic instructors, if a different decision were to be made at a later date, we would have passed the surplus declaration timelines, and so we would not actually be in a position to make reductions. So as we've said throughout the budget process, we can always add back. We cannot take away after a certain point. So that would be my main concern with with the motion at this time.
So through you, Madam Chair, then if I removed, be asked to pause the current program reduction implementation, if I was to remove that, and therefore said, therefore the director be asked to add back a complement of aquatic instructors to ensure full programming for students in all schools with pools, does that meet the concern? Through you, Madam Chair.
So if the trustees were to ask to add back currently, we would be in a position where we would not be able to reduce again. So that would be the position. And the only thing that I just want to add to the discussion as well is we currently have 14 vacancies. So we had 10 at the time of the report. We have 14 vacancies in schools right now. So that means that there are likely 14 schools that are unable to operate programming. And I think staff would be having to look at a way to address that via the allocation model. So the actual creation of the unassigned aquatic instructors does help in that situation and actually improves programming for 14 schools, even because the complement is what it is and those vacancies have been hard to replace.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm really confused now. 8 elementary schools are twinned. There could be other schools that don't have aquatics instructors. How does the unassigned help those?
So through the chair, I can turn it to my colleagues to explain the process, but the unassigned would mean that there are a group of schools that don't have a specific aquatic instructor assigned to them, but when you have closures or if we need to cover somebody that's on leave, we are able to move the aquatic instructors because under the current collective agreement, we cannot do that.
So sorry, I really need clarification. So the 8 that are twinned that staff spoke about would have a 1 week on, 1 week off or block of time process. That is completely different than another group outside of the 8. So 26 minus 8 means there will then be 18 schools that are unassigned. I'm sorry, you've lost me.
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Centrally Assigned Principal Lisa Edwards to speak to that. Lisa?
Hello. What could happen is that you could have the unassigned instructors doing more than one school in that case. Right now, they're paired. We're hoping that no school is left without aquatic instructors so that every school can have programming. As we see in the elementary complement, we have no elementary schools in LC2 or LC3, and the schools that we do have in the elementary with elementary pools are all over the LOI of 75% are over the LOI of 350. So we're trying to space out instructors so that everybody can have a swim program. If we're at the full complement of 80, there will be only one secondary school without an aquatic instructors with a home base. And then there would be the 4 in the elementary panel. Thank you.
Respectfully, I find the mentioning of LOI when it comes to aquatics instructors and the mentioning that 2 learning centers don't have swimming pools completely extraneous to this conversation. Because never before I mean, we fought this battle. We realize not all schools have pools. But I fundamentally don't understand if 8 schools do not have, 8 elementary schools do not have lifeguards assigned to them. They're supposed to be in an unassigned pool. Do not the other 18 have lifeguards assigned to them? Through you, Madam Chair.
So I'm going to turn back to Ms. Edwards for a comment on that.
Thank you. Not all pools might have lifeguards due to unfilled positions,
That wasn't
whether
my
through
question.
vacancies or through leaves of absence. Thank you.
Sorry, respectfully, that wasn't my question. My question was, of 26 elementary schools, only 8 have lost their complete allocations and they've gone to some pool.
Madam Chair, apologize, point of order. Did the clock stop working?
I'm happy to stop now, Trustee Lee, and come back on the list and let others have a chance. I didn't realize it.
No,
Thank you.
sorry, I'm not asking you to stop. I just wanted to make sure that.
No problem. I'm happy to stop for procedural fairness and let others have their chance and go back on the list. I did not realize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll put you back on the list. I'll pass the chair. So, sorry, I have to collect my thoughts because we've moved to a motion on the floor. So this whole process in terms of the program itself and the kind of partial review that's happened here has opened up a big kettle of fish for me. In terms of, sorry, I'm just going to say kind of the mess that is like the lack of ability to move instructors around, that when a pool is closed, that they are doing something that is not aquatics instruction, even though we have severe shortages of these staff members and they can't be moved from school to school. Further, what I'm hearing from one of my schools is about moving to a program, like programming where they would like to offer, they'd like to share their pool with other schools, which I think all of our schools should be doing, honestly, since we have so few pools compared to the numbers of schools in the system. So maybe there's not enough time for this in the budget process now, but would there be intention in the next year to like fully review and overhaul how we operate pools? I do note that the numbers of schools that, as you said, that have pools are very high on the LOI. The students that I would think that would need access to instruction in a shared program are not the ones that have pools in their schools. I said that right? Yeah, pools in their schools. So I don't know if I could just get comment on what we could do to centralize programming and coordinate it in a way that's not we've always done it this way, but is more proactive and equitable in terms of serving students with the resources we have.
So through the chair, thanks for the question. I think when staff is more than open to looking at a review of the pools process in order to see where we can provide greater level of access and equitable opportunities for all students. I think that that's something this particular process has certainly forced us to really look at what's going on in this particular area, and whether or not it's a collective agreement challenge or it is a inability to ascertain aquatics instructor. We know that there are some real pressure points here that we need to be able to look through and look at. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. Yeah, I guess my first question, I'll follow up then about the contract and whatnot. These limitations that somehow, like we've had maintenance issues in the past. And so I'm a little surprised that these contractual limitations that are making this somewhat difficult haven't been identified, acknowledged, and worked into collective agreements so that we could be as operational and have as much flexibility as we require to meet our operational aspirations, if you like.
Thank you for that. I have to tell you, some of the challenges that are being outlined right now are certainly not new to our principals. They've known this for years. I look at the fact that I've been in schools where there were actually two pools in one of the schools that I was principal at, and in another. Each time, pools have been under maintenance for significant periods. And part of what we want to be able to do is make a commitment and have a full understanding of when there are scheduled maintenance and when there are just haphazard type of situations that arise with respect to pools needing maintenance. We want to be able to coordinate those as best as we can so that we actually are providing our communities with greater access over time and less pools are down. But these have been challenges that principals have been aware of for a while. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, through the chair, I want to indicate that, like Trustee Laskin, I too felt uncomfortable with the way this all worked its way out. Staff admits it wasn't what was, we asked a question. The answer didn't end up being what we learned later. And I certainly appreciate that sometimes the milk gets spilt and, things evolve. But I guess now that we're learning, Associate Director Zucker was telling us about deadlines that have passed. So I guess I'd like to understand from the moment, when did staff become aware that you couldn't execute what you thought you could, and how much time did you have before these surplus notices had to be given?
So thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to ask Century Assigned Principal Edwards to respond to that. But before she does, part of what's also transpired is around the notion of the pandemic also created greater pressure points around access to aquatic staff. Just like in every other employee group, there have been challenges there. So that's made it a little bit even more acute. I'm going to ask Ms. Edwards to comment with respect to the timing of when this information came to light around this concern. Ms. Edwards?
Thank you. The concern came forward, however, the timing for our staff to be issued surplus letters, the deadline was very short thereafter. Therefore, everybody was surplus that were going to be part of the complement that was reduced so that they could have that figure in case they needed to go forward with the 80.
We didn't, sorry, through the chair, we can't do better than that? Like, if this is part of the rationale that we're going to have to get stuck with this, we should be able to do better than that.
Through the chair, so I think the position that we're in right now is we have made some reductions, not in actual people, because we would actually have to hire to get up to 80, but we've made reductions in where those, or changes in where those people are allocated. And I think if we were to make a reconsideration of this motion, then we would be adding back and looking to hire and increasing the budget. And I think that that's a decision that trustees can make. I think for today, to have direction to add back would add close to $1 million to the budget that we have already reduced. And so I think It's certainly as part of the overall budget process, I think something that we can talk about and consider and part of all of these options to balance. And again, we wouldn't be making any further reductions. We would just be in a position to add back, and we can add back. We cannot take away given our staffing timelines.
Okay, so I guess I need someone to clarify then what's on the floor. Then what do we, like, you're just kind of talking about an option that's going forward, whereas there's a motion on the floor in real time, so
So if we were provided this direction to add back, then we would be adding $1 million to the budget.
given that, and I hate being predictable, I really do, but I'm going to make a motion. Ms. Joseph Dowers, I sent it to you earlier, for referral. Next Tuesday works for me in terms of when, because it's the same argument. If we're going to spend another $1 million and consider doing this, then it should be an informed choice on the same manner that the last one was. And I don't need to wait until the end of June because staffing exists. Next Tuesday works for me. We'll all be better informed 8 days from now. And if we're going to talk about spending the same 1.1 million, then I think we should be informed when we do so.
Sorry, oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, again, this was never staff's intention to have this discussion on the boardroom floor when we originally proposed the reduction. We appreciate the opportunity to do an analysis again and perhaps reach out to the union to determine what is possible within the collective agreement to ensure that we have instructors aligned with pools that are open. I understand the referral to be for us to come back within our options to balance the budget, to have this proposal to resume services at the level that they were prior to the decision made in March. I would ask trustees to consider as we move forward, and staff will make this very clear, that every reduction that we put in front of you be considered a change in service. We will do our very best to mitigate the outcome on individual employees and service levels in schools and to our stakeholders, but it's probably not possible within the time frame that we're operating in to do a complete analysis of that. So the difficult reductions that you will be faced with, we should assume that I'm asking you to assume that there will be changes in service, although we will put mitigation strategies in place. And that is separate and apart from the discussion about aquatics instructors. I don't want those to necessarily be connected, but just as a moving forward, a principle, LE, that I would ask staff to follow in their comments in response to your questions or in the presentation of reports. And I would also ask you to consider that as well.
So we have a list, but we have a motion on the floor. But I think we need a seconder. Do we need, sorry. Do we need a seconder for, okay.
I don't have.
Okay. So, seconder is Trustee DeVitis. The list I have is Hastings and Lee. That was on the previous motion that was on the floor. Do you want to speak to referral?
Yeah, I'm speaking to referral.
And Trustee Hastings, sorry. Yes, okay, so Trustee Hastings, do you want to speak to the referral? Okay, thank you, Trustee Lee.
All right, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I know there has been a couple questions or comments on how staff may have done something that was not directed by the trustees, but I just want to clarify, do we as a board have a swim or aquatic policy or program in place that's mandated by the board somewhere? That's just,
Oh, sorry, Trustee Lee, the matter on the floor is for referral.
yeah, I'm talking about the matter that's being referred. But I just want to ask the question because this is actually very material and important.
I'm seeing blank stares and shaking heads, so.
Okay, so there is no policy for aquatic. So then my question is, should this even be something that gets referred? Because is this not an operational decision? Unless there's a policy or program in place, what we are essentially directing staff to do is to say they shall assign a certain number of people to a certain class or a certain teaching program, or it's kind of like us saying they must hire 13 math teachers. Isn't this a operational matter that's not for us to decide, but the director?
Is your motion, Trustee McLean?
Yeah, through the chair, I would argue that they came to us and asked us to move from 93 to 80. If it was a totally operational matter, they wouldn't have needed to do so. It has budgetary ramifications and therefore becomes purview of the committee. So I don't think it's an operational matter onto itself.
But I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. The staff did come to us to say that they will need to reduce elementary teachers, and these, unless I'm incorrect, these are actually elementary teachers, correct?
No, these are aquatic
No?
instructors.
Can you answer to the units they're in?
They are part of the QP union.
Okay, so they're not a part of the ETT. So when we said we were reducing elementary teachers, these numbers were not anywhere in that list.
Yeah, aquatics instructors were a separate line item on
Okay.
March 29th.
Okay, so we wouldn't be able to fit it in there. Okay, I got it. That makes sense to me. Okay, so now I understand the context of it. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Although I do have a separate question. How many elementary aquatics program are there north of the 401 in Toronto?
It's not referral.
Well, once it gets referred, I won't get a chance to ask the question at all.
Are you going to pause the referral motion?
We can get staff to answer that. I don't,
Was
No,
provided
if it was
as a
in-
fact sheet link with the map.
yeah, there was a fact sheet that was sent to trustees with a map in it. So you can
Just now?
see-
No, I'll flip it to him.
I'm sorry?
Okay, hold on, we don't have conversation. Okay, so there was a fact sheet that was sent last Friday?
Was it by staff or was it by
Yes,
someone else?
It was from staff.
Okay,
From
I'll look for that.
Associate Director Salmon's office.
Okay, got it. I'll look for that information.
Okay,
Thank you. And I just want to say, I do support Trustee McLean's motion to refer. I think this has to be a part of an overall budget conversation. And like everyone else has said, to be frank, every additional headcount, there has to be something else that's taken away. And I'll look for the fact sheet, but my ideal tells me that there are probably zero or very close to zero numbers of aquatics program in the elementary level north of the 401. So, as a board, I know there are trustees that says this is not about equity, but frankly, when we look at a lot of other programs, equity was the first thing that many trustees bring up. I would be a little bit concerned if suddenly when we have a program where it doesn't actually exist in the suburbs, then equity doesn't apply. So that's just where I want to leave it. So I look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't support referral. Fundamentally, I think staff are continuing to implement based on a decision of the board that was not intended. We talk a lot about intent and impact, and the intent was not the impact that has resulted. And it behooves me. The other reason why I don't support referral is that, you know, for years we have had this board stand up against cuts to swimming pools and programming. The last was in 2017 when the City of Toronto decided that they would no longer fund 3 pools. This board took that on. And then the TLC has made a agreement with the City of Toronto on swimming pools. Some are managed by the City of Toronto, some are managed by the TLC. But since 2003, the city and TDSB have worked in partnership to create pools. I don't support referral because I think that if we are going to change swimming programs, that should be an actual decision of the board. I don't support referral because each and every one of our facilities has unique features. Yes, swimming pools might only be operational now in 36 elementary schools, but some of those elementary schools have schoolyards that are less than 2 acres. Other elementary schools have schoolyards that are 9 acres. So from an equity perspective, are we now supposed to share fields too? I think that these must be conscious decisions of the board. And again, I don't support referral because I don't think the board voted to reduce swimming operation programs, and that budget should be intact. I understand I'm going to lose that, but I needed to be on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers to referral? Okay, thank you. Could staff please open the vote?
Trustee Lee's in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Thank you.
Chernes Lynn in favor of referral.
Trustee Shan? Trustee Wong? In favor. And that carries. Thank you very much. So the last item on the agenda is adjournment. Would somebody like to move to adjourn?
Trustee Patel in favor.
Patel in favor. Thank you. We have Trustee DeVitis and Trustee Chernos Lynn. Anyone opposed to adjournment? Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everyone.